And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. Another round of severe weather moving through parts of central Indiana. We do have new information from the National Weather Service. This is part of a cluster of storms that we were tracking during our early evening newscast, moving very slowly off to the east between 20 and 30 miles per hour. It's been at times a confirmed tornado warning across portions of eastern and northeastern Illinois, and now we have a tornado warning in effect for Warren County because of this storm here. So Attica, you are under the warning. The warning goes until 7:45 this evening. So we've got an hour on this tornado warning. A little different than the storm, I should say a lot different than the storms we were tracking on Friday night when they were moving 50, 60 miles per hour. These are moving very slowly off to the east. It has been a confirmed tornado warning just across the state line, and new information coming in from the National Weather Service. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go until 7:45 for Warren County. So Attica, now is the time to get into the safest part of your home. We were highlighting this storm during our 6 o'clock, kind of giving this area a heads up that the tornado warned storms were holding together across the eastern sections of Illinois. They're now crossing the state line near Covington. The tornado warned storm just to the west of Attica. We'll do the velocities check on this because this has been a very clear sign of rotation with this storm that is, again, just west of Attica. And while we're on this view, we will do a track because this one, we want to make sure you're aware of how quickly this is moving, where it's going to go next. The rotation part of this storm, and there has been a funnel cloud reported with it, is moving east. Sean, you said
25 miles per hour.
25 miles per hour. So we'll do a track on this cell as it moves off to the east. For now, just impacting the western sections of Warren County. So we'll go out just a little bit in advance of the rotation. And as it moves east at 25, if it would hold together, it's eventually going to make its way into Attica, but would also then move into the southwestern sections of Tippecanoe County. So here's Lafayette, here's Shadeland. You could be thinking now, if this one continues, what is my safety plan? Am I ready to put that into action as this storm continues to move off to the east? And it's now one of several that we're watching at this point. So that covers the velocities. We've been also monitoring our shear detector, and when we see these bigger spikes, especially the area of red highlighted in the western sections of Warren County, that indicates to us the strength of this storm and the potential it has to do damage, whether it's straight line wind or with a tornado. But as I mentioned, just across into Illinois, this has been a confirmed tornado warning. National Weather Service out of Indianapolis went tornado warning on this for now based on what they're seeing on radar and the reports coming in from portions of Illinois. I do want to come south because we're a little concerned with the storms that are beginning to fire south of this location. Obviously really concerned with this one tornado warned storm, but also these individual storms that are starting to develop. These are developing in an atmosphere that will quickly support rotation and tornadoes. It is just south of a warm front. And this is a front that Sean's been talking about, during the noon show. We talked about it during the early evening newscast. It really is along and south of that boundary that supports storms that will rotate. So we're going to be concerned with a couple of these additional cells, and we do expect this to fill in and move from west to east, although slowly, over the next several hours. So if you are, say, in between Kingman and Rockville, we're going to keep an eye on this one for you. It's over Newport, below severe limits right now. This will also track east, northeast. Now's the time, Linden, Crawfordsville, Newmarket, Rockville, to be thinking about that safety plan and when we expect it to go into
I just did a track that had a few more towns on it.
Awesome.
Put it up there behind you here. Now, whether or not that rotation, Ange, is going to hold together, that's to be determined. I think the farther east it goes, the less likely it is to maintain its rotation along the front, certainly. Over Hedrick now, we had a report, as you mentioned, in Bismarck, but again, if it holds together, it's a slow pace. So you can see how long away it is. But we want you in your safe locations there in western Warren County, and also in Attica, West Lebanon, Williamsport. We're talking another 10 plus minutes. Attica, you have a long time. You got over 20 minutes before it were to get there. So I just wanted to kind of show that track on a 25-mile-per-hour movement if the rotation holds together.
Perfect. And again, it's a little surprising that the warning goes for an hour. Just about. The warning not set to expire until 7:45 for the tornado warned storm that is moving through western Warren County now and has its sights set on Attica and points east. But because of the slow movement, we're going to be dealing with that storm for quite a while. We have additional storms. This one is strengthening just a bit between Newport and Highland. So we're just northwest of Rockville in the central sections of Vermilion County. And then as we go north into Fountain County, Covington, and then back toward Perrysville, a strengthening cell as well. We do expect additional development south and also expect this to continue to fill in and then move from west to east, impacting a good part of central Indiana between now and 11 o'clock or midnight. A new storm developing just to the north of Terre Haute as well. They had lots of damage reports and lots of severe weather reports, I should say, and we'll highlight those in just a second across Illinois. This storm is moving just now northeast of Terre Haute, and it will track east-northeast, so heads up in between Rosedale and Brazil. This one may quickly strengthen. Anything developing in this environment has the potential to quickly go severe, and tornadoes, one of our threats as we head through the next several hours here on what appears to be another busy severe weather event for central Indiana, or at least the threats as we head into the evening hours. I do want to point out, as promised, we put the storm reports on, and you can see that cluster of storms that we're tracking now, prompting that tornado warning. There are several reports as this cell really developed, started to get going near Springfield, Illinois. There were wind damage reports, there were large hail reports, and several reports of tornadoes as well with this storm. So not surprising that the National Weather Service did go tornado warning on the storm, and it looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning as well with this cluster of thunderstorm activity. So let's go north, make sure that you are aware. This is going to be for White County, and that's a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 because of what you see developing just to your west. This severe thunderstorm warning warned for potential of 58+ mile-per-hour winds, potential for some large hail, and this will move across White County between now and 7:30. I would go ahead and treat this one as if it could do some damage in terms of wind, just based on the environment that we're in. A severe thunderstorm warning for White County until 7:30. So that's going to include Monticello, Monon, Chalmers, Brookston, and Round Grove. Right now, the storm is approaching Remington, just to the southwest of Rensselaer. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for White County, including Monticello, and that goes until 7:30. There's the tornado warned storm inching its way across the western half of Warren County right now. It has and continues to show significant signs of rotation. And if this one is still rotating, that is going to be just near and northwest of the West Lebanon area. So coming out of Marshfield, the cursor here is kind of highlighting that area of red and green close together. So here's Attica, and it's still a bit a ways away from Attica and moving east-northeast, headed toward 421. So moving fairly slowly, but if you live in the central sections of Warren County, actually all of Warren County, you need to be in the safest part of your home, and that's the lowest level away from windows and doors, as this one still shows clear signs of rotation based on what we see on velocity.
Yeah, in the path of the rotation is going to be the Seeger Memorial Junior High School here, and that's what you're looking at. There's State Road 63 and State Road 263. So I'm showing you what it looks like from the aerial imagery. I pull the radar back out, and as you look back to the west, you'll see the shear detector, and that's moving toward West Lebanon, toward the high school there. We'll put the velocity data back on, and there's your red and green. Now, mind you, from this vantage point, The radar beam is hitting the storm at approximately 5,500 feet. So we're not necessarily near the surface, but we know it's had a history of funnel clouds and tornadoes. So kind of want to give some landmarks to those, and not far from the town of West Lebanon. There's a lot of farmland out here, but we've got some communities too that are in the path of this. And if you're familiar with that area, again, the Seeger Memorial Junior High appears to me is going to be right in the path of this circulation unless it dissipates between now and probably the next 10 minutes here.
Did get an update from the National Weather Service. They do have a spotter on this storm, well, I should say in the southeastern sections, southeast of Judyville in Warren County. So communicating with the spotters and the Skywarn network, which is really helpful during events like this, passing along information to the National Weather Service, and then we can pass it along to you. But as Sean pointed out, still tracking that severe storm, prompting the tornado warning for Warren County until 7:45. We also have additional storms developing east-northeast of Terre Haute. Can't stress this enough, developing in an environment that will support rotating thunderstorms and severe weather. This one is near Sealyville and just north of there, and moving east-northeast. You can see the strengthening of this in between Rosedale and Sealyville. On this path, it will make its way toward the Brazil area. So we are in the western sections of the state. Here's Greencastle in Putnam County. There's Brazil. Brazil, I'd watch this one carefully. While we're here, we'll just check the velocities. Again, just because these are developing in an area that will quickly support severe weather and quickly support rotation. Perhaps some weak rotation developing there. Nothing significant yet, but we can't stress it enough. Yeah.
There's a little rotation near Newport. I will say that on the little lone cell there to the southwest of Kingman, right there. You can see the storm relative velocity picking up on that, and we will have these initial cells between probably in the next couple of hours, west of I-65, north of I-70. We're going to maximize the spin in the atmosphere. So additional tornado warnings are in play until these individual cells become more linear, and that's going to up the odds of just more straight line wind. But in between now and then, we will have to watch these cells very, very closely, as Angela mentioned, as they're just now developing, and we're getting all these little areas of rotation that can become bigger ones, and we saw that transpire earlier this evening in Illinois. Now this is a lead cell now is moving into central Warren County. So I agree with you, Ange. These lone cells that are popping up along the warm front, the next couple hours, we're going to have to watch them very closely.
And we will go back to radar, and we'll just kind of go north to south along the cells that are developing west and northwest of Indianapolis. If you're Indianapolis east, south, northeast, not much happening, although we do expect, and we are seeing some development to the south, this is the initialization of the storms that will impact central Indiana, and we expect this to become more linear, and with that line of storms moving west to east, impacting a good part of central Indiana between now, say 11 o'clock and midnight. We will continue to monitor the storm development, and let's go north to south, because we do have some warnings here for White County. That is a severe thunderstorm warning based on the storm that is in Remington now and some of the cells that are near Fowler. So Round Grove heads up, Brookston up toward Monticello into Monon. Here is the area of storms now. Your severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:30. This is in an area north of that warm front, not quite as favorable for those storms to spin and or produce tornadoes. However, the warm front is in the southern sections of Warren County, and this is an area that supports thunderstorms rotating and or producing tornadoes. And this is right now over 421, moving east into the Attica area. So if you haven't already, Attica, now is the time to get into the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Broad rotation, but Sean also mentioned this. This is really far from the radar beam down here in Indianapolis.
A spotter in Warren County just reporting, thankfully, just reporting heavy rain so far.
That's good news.
Trying to get to the southeast to get a better view, but right now just heavy rain, and as it becomes, in my opinion, Ange, it's no longer supercellular. It's more elongating, which is good and bad. You're going to lose the rotation. Now you're just kind of increasing the potential for wind, but it's going to be the more southern cells. We may be losing the rotation characteristics with what's over Warren County now. I think it's going to become the southern cells that are developing along the front that are going to have to be monitored for the rotation.
And Sean said the elongation of this cluster of storms. So you can see it from Rensselaer to Fowler, west of Attica, now into Covington. We may lose the rotation part of this, but increase that wind damage threat. So here's your heads up. Lafayette, Monticello, Delphi, these storms, if they don't lose their strength, will pose a damaging wind threat. We will be on WTHR with tornado warnings as necessary this evening, but won't be interrupting programming for severe thunderstorm warnings. But there are ways you can stay informed, and one of those is on WTHR Plus. And if you don't have that app on your TV and you'd like to follow us along tonight, download that on your TV. It is an app on your television, WTHR Plus, and that's where you will get extensive severe weather coverage when we're not in tornado warnings. So we've got regular programming coming up this evening and won't be interrupting that with severe thunderstorm warnings, but will with tornado warnings as necessary. And if you happen to be worried about The Voice, and specifically The Voice, it is a finale tonight, so we will be bringing you both severe weather coverage as necessary and that Voice finale. These are the storms that Sean pointed out. Until these become part of a big line of storms, they pose that threat of rotation. And the one he brought up last time was the one near Kingman and just east of Newport. So this moving east heads up Marshall, heads up Waveland, heads up Newmarket. So down the road, if this one holds together and does produce rotation and or some damaging wind or large hail, those are the areas that will be impacted next. Marshall, Waveland, and then eventually into Newmarket. This one has some broad rotation with it that is now pushing just east of Newport, south of Howard, and still southwest of Kingman. But on that track to the east-northeast, it's going to make its way toward the Marshall and Newmarket area next. Let's keep on the velocities, and then we'll just head south because we know there's another storm down here. And this one, it had briefly some weak rotation, broad rotation with it, not detecting that now. And of course, we're talking about the storm that is near the Rosedale area. So we'll put this, what you're used to seeing, back on, and you can see the storm that is approaching Carbon and Brazil now. At this point, not rotating, may have some large hail with it, and does pose a damaging wind threat. So we have those storms. We've got another one popping just to the northeast of Greencastle, another one southeast of Terre Haute, but it's in this area here that we're most concerned when we get these individual storms of these storms producing tornadoes. Right now, the only tornado warned storm is the one for Warren County, and that one continues to be obviously very intense, but the last time we did our analysis on this, and actually it looks like they went ahead and dropped that tornado warning. Is that what you're getting from the National Weather Service? Because if that's the case, we'll get folks back to regular programming as we got. Okay, Wheel of Fortune on. So let's do this. We're going to get folks to Wheel of Fortune. Just know that if we get additional tornado warnings, we will have that. We will also not be covering up completely The Voice tonight. If you want extended coverage, that's WTHR Plus. That's an app on your TV. Our coverage continues here on WTHR Plus, extended severe weather coverage as we do have severe storms now moving into the western part of the state. In terms of warnings, the tornado warning storm for Warren County, that tornado warning was canceled ahead of schedule. Lost its rotation. That is good news. It technically is moving into an environment not necessarily supporting rotation. However, it did have a history. I still have the storm reports on, so we'll take those off in just a second, but had a history of large hail, had a history of producing confirmed tornadoes. So obviously, that's the reason the National Weather Service went with the tornado warning, but it is moving into an environment that's a little less favorable for that. However, it is still very favorable for damaging wind and that hail potential, and you can clearly see the line of storms that we're tracking. Monticello and the rest of White County, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for you until 7:30. You can see the line of storms that extends to just east of Danville, Illinois, as we cross I-74, and then a couple of individual storms just south of there. So we'll show you where these storms are. Fowler, Oxford, Pine Village, approaching Attica, getting some of the worst of this now, but heads up, Round Grove into Brookston, Battleground, Lafayette, Shadeland. You can see the storms that will be moving in the next half hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning for White County, that goes until 7:30 this evening. We'll move south along the line. Attica, the worst of the storm is approaching now. It's over West Lebanon, and then a really big cell south of Covington. This is in between Covington and Perrysville right now, and that is, we'll just give you a closer view of that one. So as this one moves off to the east, Veedersburg will be in the path, Hillsborough as well, and this one, at least from radar, may end up being a larger hail producer just based on what we're seeing on radar. And this is near and just north of Perrysville and moving east toward Veedersburg. So we're across portions of Fountain County at this point. And then I've got a couple of storms developing south of that location. And it's the individual storms. Until this becomes one long line, then we're going to be concerned with these individual storms producing tornadoes, or at least that potential. We've got one that is just northwest of Brazil. This one's strengthening a little bit northwest of Greencastle, and we've got the one, of course, that we're monitoring near Kingman. So this one is just north of Bloomingdale and just to the northwest of Marshall. Not as intense, but let's check the velocities while we're here, as again, these little storms at least have that potential to rotate. Broad rotation, if anything. Again, we look for a little red and green close together. It's not a tight couplet at this point. If it was going to start to tighten up, it's going to be in this area between Howard and Bloomingdale, so just to the west of Marshall and southwest of Kingman. Let's keep the velocities on, and then we'll go just to the south here, because we have a couple of additional storms. So again, you see a little red and green close together. It's not a tight couplet, but it is picking, our shear detector picking up a little bit on that. That is the storm that we've been monitoring south of Rosedale and moving east toward Brazil and Carbon at this point, and still looks very intense on radar, and that is just to the north of Highway 40. In terms of storms right now, we've got the one severe thunderstorm warning for White County, and then we anticipate this line of storms to become more linear. So we've got the storms approaching Lafayette, and we expect this all to kind of become one over the next several hours and move from west to east. And if you happen to be out, not home from work yet, or out running errands, and you are curious about, okay, well, I missed the evening news, so where are we in terms of this severe weather? For now, it's a tornado watch for our western and northwestern counties until 9 o'clock. We do have the one severe thunderstorm warning for White County until 7:30, and this really kind of is in the area that had been highlighted for that threat of severe weather. This was actually ramped up just a bit farther north and west based on where the warm front was. And we've been talking about the warm front most of the day. The wind field associated with it supports severe weather, supports rotation, and it's in that area that we expected to have the severe storms. Now to additional severe weather. We're dealing with storms here. They're even under a bigger threat, a greater threat of severe weather south of the Ohio River. So we're not the only ones dealing with severe storms. And unfortunately, it's very similar areas that dealt with storms, severe storms and tornadoes on Friday night. They were deadly across parts of Kentucky, and Kentucky dealing with another wave of severe storms. Folks in that area had to go to shelters, had to find other places to stay because of the severe storms they dealt with Friday and the fact that they're continuing to clean up. Some of our community continuing to clean up from Friday's severe weather as well. This is Future Track 13, and I am going to update the timeline here in just a few minutes. But 7 o'clock, not doing too bad on the placement of the storms. We expect them to be into the central part of the state between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m., and then into the eastern part of the state between 10 p.m. and midnight, and then should see that severe threat drop pretty quickly. As we look ahead, the threat of severe weather really only for the next several hours. Now, when we talk about the difference between a watch and a warning, we've got the watch for the western part of the state. That was issued actually on my way into work. So that was issued at about 2:30 this afternoon. It means the ingredients are in play for severe weather. When we get those warnings, that's when it's either detected by radar or a spotter has spotted something severe, and that's when oftentimes the warning is issued. And we remind people the safest part of your home to go is the basement or the lowest level. We always tell kids this when we do school talks. Don't worry if you don't have a basement. Yes, that's the safest place, but you are also much, much safer in the middle part of your home. So think lowest level away from windows and doors. Pick a bathroom, pick a closet. There were several stories of folks that sheltered in their bathrooms during those tornadoes across parts of Kentucky on Friday night.
Well, and not only that, but I saw a lot of pictures too. We always say lowest level, and we've seen a lot of those top levels, you know, and maybe the structure's fine, but it's the roof that's gone. Or maybe the balcony on the first or the higher elevation here. I will tell you, Angela, this is over the town of Perrysville in Vermilion County, right over the town. The shear rate is really ramping up here. Would not surprise me if we're getting some sort of developing rotation. And you can see, and we talked farther south than the big cluster that's forming. It's going to be these lone cells here that we're going to have to watch real closely, because the tornado potential is going to get maximized in west of 65, north of I-70. So it's right within that zone that we were concerned about here. Let me take the radar back a little bit. Watch this with you. It's starting to see almost like a little hook signature there. And these are going to be big, heavy rainmakers too, by the way. And then you can see additional, so now you talk about that line, so we're starting to get more severe thunderstorm warnings in the eastern part of Illinois. So I just found that feature very interesting. Tightening of rotation would not surprise me if, given the environment that's on the western part of the state. In fact, let me show you that environment. So we have been cloudy all day long. I-65 east. And it took a long time, even in the western side of the state, to see some clearing. And that is the warm front on the western part of the state there. You can see these cells. So we'll focus on those southern cells, and then you can see the big cluster that's beginning to form. I want to show you the gradient, the moisture gradient that these things are working with. So the dew point's as high as it's been all day in Indianapolis at 62. It's been flirting with 70 for several hours there in Terre Haute and in Bloomington. Farther east, you can see it's not real humid, comparatively speaking, and so that is the warm front. And as you look at Terre Haute, Terre Haute's at almost 80 degrees. where that sun came out, boosted up. So there's way more energy on that side of the state and way more spin right now for these things to rotate and possibly produce tornadoes. So it's these individual cells here. I haven't seen anything new in the chat room yet, but we'll focus on those here. We do have some areas of rotation. It looks like another one there near Covington. That's what's catching my eye right now. But thankfully, that cell that had that history of tornadoes, it did look very impressive as it was coming into the state, and very quickly as it moved away from the warm front, it became just a big heavy rainmaker.
We talked about the watches and the warnings and the difference of those two. Watches are issued by the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, and they did just do what is known as a mesoscale discussion, an update on the tornado watch area. And according to them and what they're seeing and what we're seeing, is the tornado threat is peaking now, but should gradually lessen to the north and east. The north and east of the watch area. And I'm going to put the watch back on for you. So a little bit of good news. Unfortunately, the tornado threat is peaking. That was the first several lines of that update from the Storm Prediction Center on the tornado watch. And I'll highlight that watch area for you just so you can, you're clear what we're talking about. It's this area. So they did a small update on discussion on what they've highlighted for an increased threat of tornadoes, and it is peaking right now, but should start to lessen in the coming hours. But that's not happening yet. So that's the reason our extended coverage continues here on WTHR Plus, and we continue to track some storms in and south, along and south of the warm front that are very intense right now. Threat of large hail, threat of damaging wind, threat of tornadoes. We've got the cell in between Rockville and Brazil. We'll dive into this storm as it is just to the north. Here is I-70 and here is Highway 40. And we'll dive in and give you some of the smaller areas that are being impacted by this, you know, potentially severe storm. No warning on it right now, but it is right over the town of Carbon. And Greencastle, you've got one developing basically overhead. So heavy rain, lightning, those are threats right now. Damaging wind, large hail, and tornadoes can't be ruled out. So this one developing just to the east of Rosedale, or moving, I should say, east of Rosedale and right over Carbon right now. Non-severe, but we've got a couple of cells near Clay City, another one just north of Jasonville. So as I mentioned, we do expect this to become more linear, develop into more of a line of thunderstorms, and then move from west to east and impact most of us over the next few hours. So heads up Cloverdale, Spencer, nothing immediately to your west, but we are eyeing a couple of cells that are developing. The stronger ones are near Carbon and another one near Greencastle. And then the storm continues to be very intense, pushing east of Kingman right now. This is near Grange Corner. In the path would be Wallace, Banner Mills, Deer Mill, and Sycamore Ford. So this is going to move off to the east. Hail potential with this one, and the potential that it rotates as well. So we've got a significant storm that, and I'm going to come out just to if you're not familiar with those smaller towns, to give you an idea of where we are. So here's Crawfordsville. 231 goes north-south from Crawfordsville to Greencastle, and the cells are developing just west of 231, and we continue to keep an eye on these as they move off to the east. If they would hold together, we're talking about them crossing, and we do expect them to hold together, obviously hoping that tornado threat lowers, but we do expect them to hold together. Crawfordsville down the road, and let's come out even a little bit more. This is going to be approaching Lafayette. The one severe thunderstorm warning was for White County, and we've got another 10 minutes on that warning. But we've got some storms into the area. And then heads up Lafayette. What do you see?
Just that rotation.
The one
south of Covington. Yeah, south of Covington. The one that we were just showing you there near Perrysville. And I've got an NDOT camera, by the way, in Covington. So this is Covington right now, which is north of the rotation. And then let me show you the camera. This is going to be in Lafayette. We're going to watch that one because the storm's about to move in. Now, show you the rotation here. I would argue and now we're actually lower beam height with this compared to in Warren County. So Warren County, we were about 5,500 feet off the ground. This one, we were about 4,300 feet. So this is a little bit of a lower tilt in the atmosphere. And so there's Coal Creek. It's the same thing that was moving through Perrysville. And in line for this is going to be Veedersburg here. So this area under a tornado watch, no warning right now. Let me show you the shear rate on this. That's impressive. Usually when we get that on live Doppler 13 radar, we usually will get some wind damage around those red shades on the shear detector. So that's near Coal Creek. Let's do a track on this. Let me just see how this thing's moving. So it may cross just south of Veedersburg. Generally, these lone cells have been going at about 25 miles per hour to the east here. Just bear with me. We'll map this out. So it's not moving slow. If you recall the other evening, those things were moving much quicker. This one in particular right now, much slower. So Waynetown in about before 8 o'clock, Veedersburg in a half an hour. Well, let's see, we get you 7:32. So about 10 minutes, give or take there for Veedersburg. So just want to give a heads up on that cell. It's one of those lone discrete cells right now, showing some strong rotation. That's the strongest rotation that we have, by the way, at least from what I'm seeing. Let me put the lightning data, take it off when we show velocity so we can kind of get a better picture. We're starting to see an increase in coverage along the warm front. That is all warm front that you're seeing there. This is all along the warm front. So it maximizes the low-level wind shear, and we had the building instability all in the lower levels. Once they get away from that triggering mechanism, they tend to lose their rotation. But that particular cell is the one of interest right now with the strongest rotation on it. I mean, man, that is tight. That is a tight rotation at about 4,300 feet off the ground. So we know that we just can't get a better look at what's below that. So let me. I'll keep an eye on the chat room, Angela.
Yeah, I checked. I didn't. Yeah.
They're Skywarn spot. They do have spotters out, so I don't know if they have one on that particular cell though.
So that's kind of the southern part of the line of storms that we've been monitoring coming out of Illinois. And this just kind of gives you an overview of the thunderstorm activity that we're tracking now. Severe thunderstorm warning for White County for now. That's the only warning, but several of our communities from Lafayette to Crawfordsville back through Terre Haute under that tornado watch until 9 p.m. The big cluster of thunderstorms, it's the southern extent of that we're finding the most rotation at this point. And you are watching extended coverage here on WTHR Plus. It's just an avenue for us to give you additional information in case you're curious, in case you are one of these communities being impacted by severe storms, or at least that possibility of severe storms, and really starting to ramp up now in the western sections of White County. So we'll go in close, do a deep dive, and then we'll go south along the line into western White County, Round Grove, Monon, not too far away from Monticello, and into the Brookston area. All of this tracking east at between 25 and 30 miles per hour, 30 miles an hour probably at the most, but tracking off to the east. So heads up for you. And then down the road, Logansport, you will eventually be in the path along with Delphi. Now could be a good time if the kids were out, although it was rainy most of the day. Kids probably weren't out too much today. It was a kind of a
rough
soggy
spring for outdoor plans.
Yes, it was kind of a soggy, gloomy day. But now's the time if you have anything that you'd like to take care of and you don't want to do it when you're dealing with the potential of severe storms. You've got a little bit of time, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes at the most. Logansport, maybe 20, closer 20 minutes in the Delphi area as these storms are moving east. Lafayette, heads up for you. The storms are entering the western sections of Tippecanoe County right now. They are east of Pine Village and over Attica. This is a somewhat weaker storm than it was when it moved through portions of Illinois. And there's the strong storm that Sean continues to monitor for rotation, the potential of some hail, still showing that red and green close together. He mentioned Petersburg. It's basically moving that way now. Hillsborough would be in the path down the road, and we'll have to watch Waynetown and Wingate. And this is I-74 coming out of Crawfordsville. So we're northwest of Crawfordsville in the far western sections of the state, with a storm that definitely bears watching in terms of having that potential of producing rotation. Relatively weak, kind of broad, but not there. There goes the tornado warning for Petersburg. So we're going to take just a moment to stop down here on WTHR Plus, but don't go anywhere. We've got to get the folks on Channel 13 looped in now that we're under a new tornado warning. Good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. Weather impact alert day continues for parts of central Indiana, and we do have a new tornado warning. This is for a storm that is just to the northwest and west of Crawfordsville. We'll go in close. This is going to include the city of Petersburg. There is the highlighted tornado warned area. It's going to include Petersburg and Hillsborough. If this storm holds together down the road, Wingate and Waynetown, this is right over I-74 near the area of Petersburg. This one has been showing significant signs of rotation, which is the reason the National Weather Service has gone tornado warning on it. And you can see that here clearly just approaching Petersburg right now. If you live in Petersburg, if you live in Hillsborough, safest part of your home is the lowest level, middle of your home, away from windows and doors. There is a new tornado warning, and this warning, let's put the time on this one for you. It is crossing I-74 in Fountain County. Tornado warning until 8 p.m. this evening for a storm that is east of Covington and approaching Petersburg right now. I've got it out just a little bit, so if you're not familiar with that area in the western part of our state, here's Crawfordsville, here's 231 that runs north up toward Lafayette. So we are west of Crawfordsville along I-74 in Petersburg, and this is going to be a tornado warning until 8 p.m. for the Fountain County area. So just make sure that you're in the safest part of your home, the lowest level away from windows and doors. We've been tracking an increase in the shear detection product that we have here on live Doppler 13 radar, and still picking up on the spikes in that detection near Petersburg in Fountain County at this point. So that is going to be the one warning we have in terms of tornado warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for White County that continues for another couple of minutes, and we continue to pick up shear detection product here on live Doppler 13 radar. That potential for rotation and or damaging wind pushing now into the eastern sections of Warren County, so moving east of Attica. Good thing to give you a heads up in between Lafayette and Crawfordsville. These potentially severe storms aren't too far away as this line moves off to the east. These storms are moving very slowly, which is different than the severe storms that we dealt with on Friday night when those storms were moving 50, 60 miles per hour. This one is moving off to the east at about 15. But that's the strongest storm that we have, and it is a new tornado warning until 8 o'clock for parts of Fountain County. I want to come out just a little bit, kind of give you an overview of the storms that we're monitoring. We've got the severe potential approaching Lafayette and Crawfordsville, tornado warned storm over Petersburg. We have additional cells for now below severe limits, developing in and around the Greencastle area. And with all of this expected to move from west to east, a good part of central Indiana is going to be impacted tonight with the threat of storms and severe weather. And these storms are developing around Greencastle, west of Cloverdale, and then just to the northwest of Spencer. We are now south of the tornado warned storm, so we will check velocities here and not picking up on anything significant. What really stands out, obviously, is the tornado warned storm up near Petersburg. But we'll also put on that shear detector, not picking up on anything. So this is a bit of good news, at least with the storms west of Indianapolis, near Greencastle, near Cloverdale. But I will tell you, they aren't developing in an environment that will support damaging wind threat and support rotation. In terms of warnings, it is the one for basically the southern half of Fountain County, and that is near Petersburg. When we get some of the darker purple or that black showing up, the radar is picking up something bigger than, most likely, bigger than just heavy rain. So hail potential here north of Petersburg, may end up with the hail potential there in Covington, and then the rotating part of this storm, definitely a hook showing up here as it approaches 231 and Interstate 74. So let's go in even closer. So this is going to be near the area of Mackey. Simpson Corner, most likely dealing with the hail. If this one is rotating and or producing a tornado, it's approaching Petersburg and Mackey right now and moving off to the east toward Hillsborough. So 231 and I-74, it's kind of in this intersection where we expect this we expect this to be, I'm sorry, and that is not 231. That is going to be just to the west of 231. 231 runs from Lafayette south to Greencastle through Crawfordsville, so it's still west of that location. However, if you're in Lafayette, if you're in Crawfordsville, this storm has the potential to produce a tornado, and it is crossing Interstate 74, basically riding right along I-74. We've been trying to effort a few cameras in this area.
We've got Covington on N.1. Well, it went out on me.
Okay.
Sorry, it was showing this. To me, this is going to pass. Boy, it's going to be real close to going just south of town there, Angela, south of Petersburg. But if you're familiar with the Songer Airport, Bone Break Road, Trestle Road, close to that. And there you go. There's County Road 300 South and West New Century Road. Radar beam at this vantage point is, this rotation is around 3,800 feet. So we're still not at the ground level, but we definitely have seen a strong spin with this particular storm on that. If you're on the western side of the county there, Layton, you're done, Severe's done, but there you go. It's going to be really close. That rotation coming right across, real close to the southern portion of Petersburg. I would say if you're on Trestle Road there, in between Trestle, maybe in Bone Break Road, Kingman Road, that intersection, that area is where we could have this potential tornado. Radar indicated for the time being.
And that's basically 41. So if you're not familiar with Kingman or Trestle Road, it's 41 and I-74 and where those two intersect just to the west of Waynetown. We are still west of Lafayette, still west of Crawfordsville. There's 231. This is Interstate 74 and the rotation crossing I-74 and 41. This is right near Petersburg, and we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors, and this is moving right toward Hillsborough, basically right now, so we encourage you to get into the safest part of your home, and then stick with us. We'll be monitoring this storm for you, Wingate and Waynetown, a little farther down the road as this storm moves very slowly off to the east at about 15 miles per hour, so slow moving thunderstorms at this point, but large hail potential. You can see that here moving north of Petersburg. That perhaps impacting the Wingate area and just north of Hillsborough at this point, and Covington, some very heavy rain, and may end up with some hail out of that one as well. And it's one of several areas of storms that we're monitoring. We've got a big basketball game in downtown Indianapolis tonight. So Sean had been warning folks coming downtown for basketball that as people head home, these storms may be having an impact. Because of the slow movement, we don't expect these storms to completely clear our area until close to midnight. Now, we do expect them to become more of a line of storms that may lower the tornado threat in the next couple of hours, but perhaps then increase the damaging wind threat. So those are all threats as we move through the next several hours. Let's reset and we'll go north. Heads up Monticello, you've got storms overhead now. These extend back west through Monon into Brookston, into Round Grove, moving east. Delphi, Royal Center, eventually Logansport also in the path for at least at this moment below severe limits. Obviously heavy rain and obviously a fair amount of lightning with these storms as well. We pick up Brookston and Battleground into Shadeland. The storms are moving into western Tippecanoe County now, headed into Lafayette. A couple of stronger cells, severe cells, one near Covington, the other one pushing now just east of Petersburg, and this one still showing clear sign of rotation as it moves toward Hillsborough and pushes just east of 41. So here's 41, there's Interstate 74, and there's Highway 136. So if we've got this one rotating, it's basically along and east of 41 and near 136 at this point, headed east into Hillsborough. The tornado warning goes until 8 o'clock. That is another 20 plus minutes due to the slow movement. And interesting, if you compare it to the storms from Friday night, we had large areas under warnings. These are small warnings just because of the slow movement of the cells. But this one clearly still showing a little hook there just to the east of Petersburg. So Hillsborough, safest part of your home, and then stay with us. Wingate into Waynetown. You're not under a warning yet, but this storm, as it tracks east, if it would hold together, will have an impact in the next half hour to 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, that the shear rate's getting peaked out now just east of town there. So this thing may have gone right over Casey's and the DG Market there on 2nd, near 3rd Street, I should say, and now looks to me like it's crossed over 41. Strongest in terms of our shear rate. And we use this in tandem with all the other radar products. But whether or not this has produced a tornado yet, to be determined. I don't like what I'm seeing there, though, on the debris detector. That's a possibility there. So we'll have to wait and see. In terms of the rotation with this tornado warning, it still continues. It's moving away at about 15 miles per hour, so it's moving away from Petersburg. And in line of path here is going to be the town of Hillsborough up next. And we'll see if the rotation continues here. We're going to be moving almost right, as you mentioned, Andrew, right along 136. And so we'll see if we did get any reports of a damage out of this. But possibly passed over the Sterling Christian Church there, Prime Cut 41. Those are some of the landmarks that we're going to have to see if indeed anything happened there. But it is moving away right now from Petersburg, this tornado warning that technically continues until 8 p.m. Thus far, radar indicated rotation. Still tight rotation. Beam height is around 3,800 feet. So we know at that height level, we're seeing the spin. Whether or not that is getting transferred to the ground, that's to be determined. We want you in your safe locations. If you're along 136, you should have been in them 15 minutes ago. But if you're in Hillsborough, if you're east of Petersburg along 74, get in your safe locations until we can give you the all clear on this. But as we look over the last 15 minutes, you can definitely see how tight that rotation was and then to where it is now. It is broadening a little bit of a good sign. It's not surprising to see that either, as it gets away from the boundary that's causing the spin. But Petersburg, you're in good shape now. Hillsborough, we want you in the middle, lowest level of whatever structure you're in.
I did check from the National Weather Service. Let's see, no spotters reporting from Fountain County. So we've got spotters out in the western part of the state, but maybe not one necessarily on that storm, that tornado-warned storm that is now east of Petersburg. So nothing additional to report coming in from the National Weather Service. But based on what we've seen with radar, still obviously has the potential to produce a tornado if it hasn't already. Let's start to the north, where we do have just below severe limits, heavy rain, lots of lightning, perhaps winds just under severe limits into Monticello, Brookston, Battleground, and Lafayette right now. Moving east, heads up Royal Center, Logansport, Camden, Flora, Deer Creek, Delphi, eventually Rossville will be next as this line of storms moves off to the east. At this point, below severe limits. However, we get to the southern part of that storm, potential here for some large hail, and still the potential that this one could be rotating. Large hail potential pushing just east of Covington, that's north of 136, and the other area of larger hail potential is just to the northeast of Petersburg at this point. If this one is rotating, it's right over Hillsborough right now. Yep. As it moves east, rotating part of this storm right here, along 136. It moves off to the east. It is headed toward Waynetown and Wingate, in between those two areas. So we are still to the north and west of Crawfordsville at this point, but kind of tracking along Interstate 74. This is still a tornado-warned storm until 8 p.m. National Weather Service is going to have to do something most likely before 8 o'clock out of what we call a polygon, or this red highlighted box area. It's going to exit that before 8 o'clock, and National Weather Service will have to either issue something additional or give us an update on the tornado warning. But Wingate, Waynetown heads up down the road. Linden, Crawfordsville, you've got some storms just below severe limits immediately to your west, but the rotating storm coming out of Petersburg and along 136.
Not a surprise, you were on it. They did issue a new tornado warning. It is going to include Montgomery County. We'll get an update here momentarily on the polygon, so I can tell you that. This will be radar indicated. It's going to go until 8:15. And a movement, it is, and I did notice this and you noticed it, is picking up a little bit of speed. So now we're at 35 miles per hour here. Okay. That rotation, and there's the new polygon. Let me clear the, so, and it's right along, you mentioned it, we mentioned it, over Hillsborough. But this is going to be moving right along 74. And so if we did let's do a track on this at 35 miles per hour here. And I'll take that out, bear with me here. So we're going to do 35. Thus far, still radar indicated rotation. So Colfax 8:30, Waynetown 7:53, give or take on these times, Linden 8:07. Now, we suspect the farther east it goes, it's going to encounter more stable conditions. This rotation eventually is going to weaken. Up until that point, we've got enough rotation on radar that warrants this warning, this continued tornado warning, just to the east of Hillsborough now, but there's 74. So Waynetown, Elmdale, go ahead, get in your safe locations for the radar indicated rotation until we can give you the all clear, and that may take probably about 15 minutes before we can say, hey, this is to your east.
And we continue to monitor all of the information coming in from the National Weather Service. Again, didn't have necessarily spotters in that area. There are storm spotters in the western part of the state, but not a spotter on this particular cell. So Sean said it, radar indicated. It's something that we've seen as we got back on Channel 13 and continue on WTHR Plus. Significant signs that this one is rotating, and really in an environment that supports that we've been talking about really for the last several days. Do want to give you a heads up on a couple of storms, non-severe, that are west of Indianapolis here. May produce some hail, may produce some damaging wind gusts, will definitely produce that very heavy rain, almost blinding rain. It reduces visibility to near zero. We've got it from Cloverdale north along 231 into Greencastle and then north of there. We'll check velocities before we move north just to make sure nothing is rotating because it is in an area that supports at least that chance. And nothing here. A little bit of shear being picked up on our shear detector, a little bit of spike of green in between Greencastle and Cloverdale. And when we see this, it gives us an idea that the damaging wind potential may be ramping up a bit with that storm that's approaching 231 between Greencastle and Cloverdale. So we've got that area of storms. So down the line, Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, Mooresville, Martinsville. We've got lots of folks downtown for the Fever game. So may have an impact as folks are out and about on a Tuesday evening. Let's go north and we will show folks the tornado warned storm. Sean did a storm track on this, puts it moving across Montgomery County within the next 20 to 30 minutes. And that's the new tornado warning for between Linden and Crawfordsville. It does include Waynetown, although Waynetown, you've got a cell overhead, but the tornado warning was issued because of this little hook here on the radar data that is east of Petersburg and just south of Wingate. This moves east and impacts the area between Wingate and Waynetown. Basically, this cell has been hugging Interstate 74 and continues to do so as it exits Fountain County.
Hugging that warm front, you know.
Oh, right,
That's
yes.
really what it is, yeah.
So atmosphere is interesting, and the fact that, and Sean said, once this cell gets a little farther away from the warm front and moves into the more stable air, and if you were cloudy all day, if you were rainy all day, if you were stuck in the 60s, you're in the more stable air. And we expect that as these storms encounter that more stable air, they will lose that potential to rotate. They'll lose that potential to become severe, but we're not quite there yet, which is the reason our coverage continues here on Channel 13.
Mike Orr, who's great, he's on our news desk, letting us know that a caller said there are likely kids at the Twins Lake campground near Hillsboro, and we hope they're getting the warnings. So that's another little element here. The rotation moved over Hillsboro, so we are trying to pass that along. That rotation, I'm telling you, it's strong. You know, this is a little bit of a different setup than what we've had. Lot different than last Friday here. Low cloud bases. We've been cloudy most of the day, but there is a ton of spin along this front that's going to keep these things going here. Now, I did check. So east of Hillsboro, there's your circulation. So here's Hillsboro. East of Hillsboro, in advance of this circulation, there is a lot of farmland. But then you've got Elmdale. Now it looks like to me the circulation is just to the north, not by much, but just north of I-74. And then we just got a new scan in there, Ange, so that helps us out. Mm-hmm. There's the shear rate, sticks out like a sore thumb. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of farmland through here. If there's a little saving grace, but we also obviously have a bunch of homesteads too that are kind of sprinkled through here. But the strongest wind shear with this, just to the north of 74. It's moving away from Hillsboro, heads up there in Elmdale. If this holds together, at some point it's going to lose the spin. Some point. That's just, we can't give you the clear just yet. There's the hook that Angela was talking about there on radar, right there, east of Hillsboro. Then the radar gets a little messy after that. Mm-hmm. We want to see this thing become more of a line, but it just shows you how much spin is still available. And we've got additional storms that are farther downstream, thus far behaving, if you will, But that's definitely the strongest rotation. And then we got some more spin there near Perrysville.
Okay, so we'll get you reset. Tornado warning for Montgomery County until 8:15. I know it's 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. If you are a fan of The Voice, don't worry. We will be double boxing severe weather coverage as needed with The Voice. We don't want you to miss anything. I know it's a big celebration, lots of performances in that live show that starts at 8 o'clock and will go all the way through 11 o'clock tonight. And we promise to do our best to limit the interruption and do so with life-saving information like tornado warnings. Otherwise, you can follow severe weather coverage, extended coverage on WTHR Plus. That is an app that you download on your television. It's free, but if you want extended coverage, that's where you will find it as we head into the later evening hours, as we do expect that tornado threat to start to wane just a bit as we move forward. Tornado warning continues now until 8:15, but as I mentioned, if you are tuning in, expecting to see Jeopardy, waiting for The Voice to start in 10 minutes, that will start. You will be able to see both the tornado coverage as needed and The Voice as that live show gets underway. Non-severe, but storms moving through through Monticello, headed to Delphi, approaching Lafayette. There's the tornado warned storm. If this one has large hail with it, that is near Wingate right now. The rotation part of the cell will move right between Wingate and Waynetown. So if you're in this area of Montgomery County, safest part of your home, get there, lowest level away from windows and doors. And then down the road, if it holds together, is going to impact the area between Linden and Crawfordsville. Here's 231. There is Interstate 74, rotation just north of there. And at least the last time Sean showed the velocities and we got that updated frame, looked to be a little more broad, not quite as intense, but still showing that. What we look for here is this red and green close together. It's in between Wingate and Waynetown, just along and north of Interstate 74. And we'll go in even a little closer. So if this one is producing rotation, Elmdale looks like it's going to stay just south of New Richmond, but New Richmond, you are in the tornado warned area, so go ahead and get into the safest part of your home in between New Richmond and Wesley. So again, just north of I-74, approaching Elmdale right now, and then would make its way toward the east to just south of Linden, near Cherry Grove and near Manchester. So that just gives you a couple of the smaller communities that are in the path. And Sean noticed a little additional rotation back in between Petersburg, Perrysville, and Covington. Again, not tight at this point, but let's check the shear detector. And anytime we see these spikes, we have that damaging wind potential, and we're still seeing quite a bit of that in between Lafayette and Crawfordsville in that tornado warned area specifically, and that tornado warning goes until 8:15 because of an intense storm that is moving across Montgomery County.
And I've got a picture to share. This is from the emergency manager, Luke Adams, there in Fountain County. So this was taken a little bit earlier near Hillsborough. You can see how low the cloud is. Not seeing anything on the ground at that particular time when it was snapped, but obviously, I mean, the cloud bases are almost touching the ground here. So that is the kind of the wall cloud, and that coincided with the rotation. So just thought I'd share that with you, just so you kind of see some of the storm structure that we're dealing with here. That particular storm that still remains tornado warned at this point in time for the radar indicated rotation. The rotation not nearly as tight, which is good news. Let's hope that trend continues. And as we examine a few other cells here that are forming along, keep in mind we've got that tornado watch west central Indiana that technically goes until 9 p.m. We'll see if they're going to extend that farther east, if it becomes more of a severe thunderstorm watch. But I do believe we are in the moments, between now and probably 9 o'clock of maximizing the spin potential in the atmosphere. But we continue to examine some of these cells, and all of them have spin potential with them, and we're seeing an increase on the storms away from the tornado warning. but you can see they're in Cloverdale and Bainbridge. In terms of the metro area, likely this would be after an arrival time after 9 o'clock. Certainly going to be a bumpy evening, but we're going to gradually see this spin potential in the atmosphere weaken here over the next 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay, let's get you caught up as we approach 8 o'clock on a Tuesday evening. Tornado warned storm still for parts of Montgomery County until 8:15. And as far as when we turn the shear detector on, we're looking for these spikes of green. And then when we see the spikes of red, that indicates stronger wind potential. Damaging wind potential, rotation. We've got a little bit in that area that Sean was mentioning was increasing just a bit near Cloverdale. That is south of I-70, but by far the largest concentration is in and around that tornado warned storm, and this is nearing Crawfordsville and Linden. So here's Linden, here's Crawfordsville, here's 231. I-74 is here. 136 is here just south, and you can see from Wingate to Waynetown to near Crawfordsville, we've got a real increase in that shear or that damaging wind potential. And obviously that tornado warned storm continues until 8:15 this evening. It is merging with some additional storms, so it will be interesting to see if that strengthens that particular storm that developed that had clear signs of rotation, or as it merges with some additional storms, do we start to see this turn into more of a damaging wind, heavy rain event versus the rotation? But as Sean mentioned, we still probably have another hour or so at least to maximize the spin that's associated with the warm front that's been in place all day long. A heavy rain from Monticello to Lafayette to Crawfordsville, the tornado warned storm from Montgomery County, technically for another 20 minutes. That goes until 8:15. It is beginning to blur a little bit as it intersects with a storm that is just southwest of Linden, but we had been kind of targeting the area east of Hillsborough in between Waynetown and Wingate, and if this one is still producing that rotation, that's where it would be. So since we're here, we'll go ahead and check that. And broad, not quite as strong or as tight as it was when we were monitoring it over Hillsborough, but still tornado warned storm goes until 8:15 for Montgomery County, and this is approaching Crawfordsville and Linden right now with that severe potential, including a tornado. Back to the west. An increase in velocities here, and so this always kind of stands out too, not necessarily rotation, but when we see the brightness of this increase, oftentimes that can indicate some stronger wind potential with that cell as well, and that is just to the northeast of Petersburg. Significant severe storm potential here north and west of Indianapolis right now, from Rensselaer south through Lafayette to approaching Crawfordsville, and these extend back through the eastern sections of Illinois. No additional warnings across the state line. That's a piece of good news, and we do expect some of these cells to move into an environment that won't support severe weather. I know at my house most of the day it was cloudy, it was cool, it was rainy. That atmosphere is a bit more stable. So as these move a little farther east, they will move out of that zone that supports severe storms and tornadoes. I know we are approaching 8 o'clock. I know it is the finale of The Voice. We will be covering severe weather as needed, and something that we'll be keeping you updated on, Sean.
Yeah, and I thought sometimes it's nice to see kind of a radar loop so you can kind of see how things have progressed here. So we've got the tornado warning that continues, radar indicated rotation here, and then we're keeping a very close eye on the cells that are west of the metro area marching toward us here. Thus far, not showing a lot of rotation. They have a lot of lightning. But the storm that has prompted the tornado warning, that continues. Broad rotation within the tornado warning polygon right now. I've got a camera that's in Crawfordsville, which is just north, actually south of the polygon. So they're going to be in the line of fire with this. And then this is the vantage point on NDOT. That's up in Frankfort. That's along I-65. You can see the wind is picking up there. There's the tornado warning that technically goes until 8:15. Based on what I'm seeing, that may be allowed to expire and then we will just wait and see if we get any other tightening of rotation before 9 o'clock. As this becomes more linear in nature, it becomes more of just very heavy, intense rain with some areas of severe wind gust. And obviously these things are going to have a lot of lightning as well as they progress toward the east and eventually southeast here. So metro area doesn't miss thunderstorms. We are going to have thunderstorms here. The rotation is going to be primarily, not all, but primarily east of I-65 and along and north of I-70 here over the next hour or so, Angela. But thus far, in terms of rotation, let me take the lightning data off. We'll get in a little bit closer. You know, we're getting some pockets of wind shear, and the velocity is just getting very disorganized in terms of what I'm seeing on radar right now, which is a good thing. Let's hope that trend continues.
That is a good thing. Kind of a reset for you. Straight up 8 o'clock. It is kind of they're looking back on the voice to last night, so we'll stick with our severe coverage. We are under a tornado warning for parts of Montgomery County until 8:15. We do have that threat of severe weather that extends in areas basically west of Indianapolis. Most importantly is that tornado warned storm for Montgomery County. The tornado warning goes until 8:15. We just heard from Sean that the rotation with this not quite as intense as it was when it moved through Petersburg and Hillsborough. It's now a little farther east, a little more disorganized, which is good news. Heavy rain from Wingate to Waynetown. Severe threat continues in between Linden and Crawfordsville. So along and just north of 136 and Interstate 74, approaching 231, and where those intersect, and just west of there is where we find some of the strongest part of this cell. This does extend north into Lafayette, just below severe limits, but heavy rain, almost tropical rain that reduces your visibility and quickly leads to lowland flooding. I ran into some of that on my way downtown today. Brookston south to Battleground into Lafayette. This will all move east. Delphi, Flora, Rossville, Dayton, Mulberry, I'd say within the next half hour to an hour, these slow moving storms will move off to the east. We move south. There is the tornado warning until 8:15 for Montgomery County. We will check the velocities here. It's broad rotation, but you can see it. Little green and red close together. This is near 231 and near Linden and Crawfordsville. So in this area, safest part of your home is the lowest level in the middle, away from windows and doors. Seems to be strengthening just a bit east of Wingate and northeast of Waynetown. There's Interstate 74 and there's 231. If this one is still supporting rotation and or rotating at this point, it's going to be at that kind of intersection of I-74 and 231. So there's the tornado warning until 8:15 for the southern sections of Montgomery County. And as we push south, this is some good news. Nothing here stands out in terms of storms that are rotating, but we've got some strong storms. These will have an impact right now from just north and east of Greencastle, south to Cloverdale, all moving east. So heads up Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, Mooresville to just north of Martinsville, and then eventually into Marion County with the potential of some strong storms this evening with heavy rain and lots of lightning. Before Sean got back to me, I did check from the National Weather Service. They didn't have any new information on the tornado warning, but it does continue for areas in Montgomery County in between Linden and Crawfordsville until 8:15. And actually this is kind of a good view because it shows you where the tornado warning is, where it stops, just west of Darlington. But just stay with us, Darlington, into Thorntown, into Colfax. May see some extension of this warning, whether it be a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, but just know you're not under the warning, Darlington, Colfax, Clarks Hill, Thorntown, but we are monitoring a storm that is producing a tornado warning until 8:15 at this point. So we do have several areas of potentially severe storms on this Tuesday evening. We do expect this to become more of a line of storms that will move from west to east across the state over the next few hours. And We're not expecting to give the all clear until probably 11 o'clock or midnight. And still a little concern with the area closer to the warm front, and that has been draped across the southern sections of Warren County. So think about Attica here, just south of Lafayette. Sean said it. Basically, it's along and just north-south of I-74 is where we've had most of the storms that have rotated so far, and they still, at least at this point, still show that potential. Our shear detector picking up on those spikes right over Montgomery County, north of Crawfordsville, in that tornado warned area. That tornado warning goes until 8:15 this evening. It is the only warning we have at this point, but we also still have several communities west of Indianapolis and northwest that are under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. But this is how radar looks at this point. We've been keeping tabs with the National Weather Service. There were spotters out in Warren County. We haven't had any spotters on this cell, but we did get a couple of pictures shared through the National Weather Service in the Hillsborough area, and definitely the clouds were low. Didn't quite have anything that stood out like a funnel cloud or an ongoing tornado, so that's a piece of good news. We'll wait and see if we get any damage reports or any information coming out of that area, but Montgomery County still under the tornado warning until 8:15. So we'll be in touch with the folks in Fountain County, specifically around Petersburg, specifically around the Hillsborough area. Was there any damage with these storms? Obviously still very intense at this point. Couple of areas that we're monitoring. Indianapolis and Marion County, you're going to want to pay attention to what's pushing east of Greencastle now into Hendricks County. And then the storms that are in Lafayette and Crawfordsville now will eventually impact Logansport and Frankfort. They're moving relatively slow off to the east and northeast. Anything new from the National Weather Service in terms of reports coming in? It's a fairly rural part of Montgomery County and a fairly small area that was designated for this tornado warning, basically just north of the Crawfordsville area, including Linden.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything other than they had some 3/4-inch hail report. In my opinion, based on radar analysis here, and I've circled this zone, flash flooding is going to increase. This thing's more linear. It's moving west to east, so we're going to probably get a zone of flash flooding. And we're also getting into, we were thinking a little after 7:30, 8 o'clock, storms will be increasing around the metro. These are non-severe. Doesn't mean they're not going to be impactful. They will. Going to have a lot of lightning. There's going to be some heavy rain, may get some hail with them. And there's an outside chance of rotation over the next hour. But most of what we're going to eventually work with is just going to be some very heavy rain with an increased threat of more of a broader wind field. So that means we could still get wind damage with this. But in terms of the rotation characteristics, we might lose that as we get a little, next hour or so. With all that said, we still have some wind issues right now within the tornado warning polygon. Let me take the lightning off, clean up the data. The tornado warning technically until 8:15. Right now it is just to the north, so along 231. Just north of Crawfordsville. We've been monitoring the camera there in Crawfordsville as well. Let me show you that, where it's, right now, it's quiet. That's going to be changing in the next hour. But north of Crawfordsville and along 231, that's where we're getting some of the rotation there. Not as strong as it was, Angela. Mm-hmm. Could it change? It could, but right now this is a good trend. In terms of rotation, doesn't mean we're done with thunderstorms by any stretch. We'll have to wait and see if anything could spin up here along this southern edge of this axis. But at least right now, I just am not seeing anything that, well, that is rotating. I'll say that there is a broad rotation with that storm that's just moving through and just north of Crawfordsville. Kind of a broad rotation. Bears watching as we move forward here, but we're 7 minutes away from this thing potentially being allowed to expire, and then we will switch our coverage back over to WTHR Plus, and we're still going to monitor these storms because, as we mentioned, there's a lot of outdoor events going on right now, and we're going to try to do our best to keep as many folks informed as possible.
Yeah. You mentioned WTHR Plus, so if you happen to be watching on the regular channel on 13 and you're waiting on The Voice, we will get you to that as soon as this warning is allowed to expire. We expect that to happen within 5 minutes or so, but you will see additional severe weather coverage on WTHR Plus. And if you're thinking, I have no idea what WTHR Plus is, it is an app on your TV that you download, and you can watch additional coverage as necessary on WTHR Plus. It's just a way for us to give more coverage and not interrupt your favorite show. They are doing kind of a look back at what happened last night on The Voice, so you're not missing too much. We will get you to that in just a second, as the tornado warning we think will expire. And as far as the rotation part of that, it kind of merged with some additional storms, and so just becoming at this point a bit more disorganized. But Sean said it, we're going to be monitoring the area from Monticello and Lafayette back through Crawfordsville and then to the state line. Slow movement of these storms will quickly lead to some standing water issues, perhaps some flash flooding. So here's the tornado warned storm. The storms extend north all the way through Monticello into Delphi, approaching Delphi, Battleground, Lafayette, Shadeland. This one had rotation with it, still showing some signs. We have had some larger hail reported with this, just under an inch in diameter. And when we see an update like this and that darker purple or black color show up, that indicates to us radar is picking up something bigger than just heavy rain, most likely some hail in this area near Waynetown. That is, we'll go in even a little closer. So that is near Elmdale and Wesley. We've seen some strengthening with kind of the northwestern corner of that severe storm. This is approaching Crawfordsville right now. Sean showed you the camera. It's still clear in Crawfordsville, but boy, you can see what's developing to your west. Here's I-74 and 136, and this is 231, where those kind of three intersect just north of Crawfordsville. Heavy rain, hail potential into Linden. And actually, let's check the hail while we're here. We'll also check the wind. Yep, so right where we saw that increase on radar, that dark purple and black showing up, there's that hail detector as well. This is just south of I-74, closer to 136 and over Waynetown right now. The storm itself at times has been rotating. It's broad right now. But I also want to point out the brighter colors showing up sometimes can indicate a damaging wind potential, whether it's rotating or not. When we see the brighter colors, that increase in velocity, that's a sign of a damaging wind potential with the storm as well. But in terms of rotation, I'm with Sean. It's definitely more broad at this point. Did want to check kind of the southern extent of this line, and sometimes those little pockets of wind shear or pockets of rotation showing up. Not really seeing much of that, but still picking up on those brighter colors with the velocity. So we're not done with the damaging wind potential, but should start to see the potential of rotation start to wind down. This is the shear detector or swath over time. So it takes it back out on radar, and you can see the areas that were really impacted. Petersburg to Hillsborough to now the Crawfordsville area and just west of there. So these are the areas that we're going to be concerned with for the damaging wind potential. And this is where it stands right now over Montgomery County. And in the tornado warning area, this goes until 8:15, so we've got a couple minutes left on the warning. We will wait.
They've allowed it to expire, and they've transitioned it to a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, so good news. So transition that to a severe thunderstorm warning, damaging wind potential now, Crawfordsville, Darlington, because of this storm. We are going to take a break, get folks. I know they're excited about the Voice finale. We're going to get them there. If you'd like to continue our coverage, we will do that on WTHR Plus. That is an app you download on your phone. For Sean, I'm Angela. We'll be back only as necessary here on Channel 13. And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with Sean Ash here on WTHR Plus, our streaming service to give you extended severe weather coverage as necessary. And we have had some severe storms, and we continue to have that threat over the next couple of hours. So we want to make sure you're up to date on where the severe storms are and where we expect them to go. Transition from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning for this severe storm that is now just east of Waynetown, with large hail potential here, now east of Waynetown, approaching Crawfordsville, and then heavy rain in Linden, and still some damaging wind potential in this area from Linden to Crawfordsville to Darlington. So the National Weather Service did transition this one from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning for about the next hour. An hour, I know these storms are moving really slow off to the east, but this one is going to have an impact on Crawfordsville. We've got a camera that will pop up from time to time in Crawfordsville, basically along the downtown area. It is still clear. Here's Crawfordsville, but the storm isn't too far away. This one did have some rotation with it, so we will check the velocities. Broad rotation in and around Darlington, north of Crawfordsville. We'll be concerned approaching Crawfordsville with damaging wind and a larger hail threat as that storm continues to move off to the east. And you can clearly see it here on radar. Sean also mentioned this on our coverage. We'll be concerned with this area when we see it line up like this. Let's get some additional towns in here. So Crawfordsville, back through Covington, Waynetown, Perrysville, maybe even Kingman. When we start to see this line up, basically east to west, we get a little more concerned with flash flooding because of the heavy rain rates. I can tell you, as I came down Meridian Street today, really had to, if you know Meridian Street coming into downtown, you really had to be in the middle lane. You couldn't be on the edge because of all the ponding, all the standing water, all of the lowland flooding, and the heavy rain rates will lead to that, especially when we start to see these line up in this west to east pattern. Crawfordsville, the storm is moving in. I'm going to be interested to watch that camera a bit. Damaging wind potential, large hail potential with that storm, and heavy rain up through Lafayette and Delphi. Heads up, Logansport, Deer Creek, Flora, Frankfort. These storms headed east slowly. They will bring heavy rain, and they will bring plenty of lightning with them as well. And then this area of storms west of Indianapolis, below severe limits. Heavy rain, plenty of lightning. They're east of Rochdale, moving into Brownsburg now. They're over Danville, Coatesville, Clayton, Monrovia, and east of Cloverdale. So who's next? Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, Mooresville, and Brooklyn. And then eventually, think west side of Marion County over toward the Speedway area, and then eventually into downtown, Beech Grove, Southport, Greenwood, and Bargersville. So moving across Morgan, northern Morgan, Hendricks County, southern Boone, eventually into Marion and Johnson County. So we'll be watching this area of storms here as well. Let's put the lightning on. We take the lightning off just so it's a little easier to analyze the storms and be able to show everyone where the storms are. But whoa, you can see the amount of lightning with these storms just in this little pocket, reaching about just over 75 strikes. Coatesville into Cloverdale, east of Cloverdale into Monrovia. So some dangerous storms simply with the heavy rain and the lightning. And Sean, can I go to you and have you pop up the camera in Crawfordsville at some point?
Yeah.
Just because it's gone from daylight to very dark at this point.
Yep, we'll get it on NDOT 1 here. There we go. And there you have it. So yeah, eventually this is going to get caught in this storm. Now I will tell you that the broad rotation within the storm is to the north of Crawfordsville, heading into Darlington. And I say broad, but we monitor it. So severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15. Now, if you're watching us in Boone County, and I've got some Twitter friends over in, I believe in Thorntown, kind of keeping tabs on this. It's moving right toward you, by the way. Now, we say severe thunderstorm warning but we are still getting some very strong shear on our shear detector. So wind damage is in play here. Now, not all, but a lot of this is, there's a lot of farms out here, a lot. So there's not a whole lot of structures, and very, very heavy rain. I mean, very intense rain with this. So we're transitioning into, it's going to be a bumpy evening. Regardless if you have warnings, you get caught in this, you're going to have extremely heavy rain. And because it's not moving terribly quickly, that's going to up the odds that we get into a flooding situation here. Well, sometimes I like to take the radar back and lapse it for you so you can see the general trend here. This is a half hour, so we're getting more of a west to east setup. And so Kingman, eventually Crawfordsville, Ladoga, Thorntown, Lebanon, the potential for you is going to be a little bit higher for flash flooding, or just flooding in general. It may not have to be flash flooding. These storms that are now beginning to enter into the metro area, they will, as they approach 65, based on what I was looking at, because we had the cloud cover for so long, it will put a dent in some of these storms. Not necessarily knock them all out. We're still going to get some rain and rumbles, but you get a little bit closer to 65 and certainly points farther to the east, your odds of severe weather do drop. We've been saying that west of 65, north of 70 here would have that greater tornado potential. So that's what we're staring down. Still got the broad rotation, but something that we'll monitor here. And I do want to show, hang tight here. I'm going to pop up a time lapse, Angela, that I got from earlier from Phil. This is from Fountain County. So just hang with me here. I'm gonna show you this this time lapse. Appreciate Phil sharing this with me. This was the Fountain County storm. So you can see those cloud bases, how low they are. And that's indicative of the environment we've been in. There's all kinds of factors that you need for tornado production. And what we had today was very low cloud bases. The air was overall a humid setup. Once we got closer to the warm front, obviously need wind shear. We had that with the warm front. We were lacking on a lot of instability, but had just enough. But it is in more of a kind of a zone that's just to the west of 65. I got a few other pictures too, but let's get you back caught up here. Crawfordsville, there you go.
Yeah, I've got it up if they want to grab it, or if you've got it.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, just throw it up.
It went from day to night over there.
It was a matter of time here. So, and so here's the problem that we're going to have with these storms here this evening is that, I mean, you can see just how intense the rain rates are. Mm-hmm. And that storm is going to be sitting over, that zone for quite a while. So we're definitely going to get into some flooding. And then within this too, these storms will eventually build up. You can already see the roads are getting,
yes.
We're already in street flooding. It's less than what, 10 minutes?
Yes, it comes down so hard. I was in a pocket on my way in today, and it reduces your visibility. So if you been with our coverage here, we were able to see down the street. It was a beautiful early evening in Montgomery County and Crawfordsville, and now you can barely see across the street.
That's it.
So we're talking about near zero visibility with the heavy rain rates, and really, you can also see the wind and the lightning go there, and basically the wind blowing the rain across the street. And Sean said it, we already have some street flooding, and that's going to be a real issue as we head through the next several hours due to the slow movement of these storms. Tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock. It will be interesting to see what the Storm Prediction Center does. Do they add any counties east to this watch? Do they go lower and do a severe thunderstorm watch as we expect this to transition to a damaging wind threat versus storms that rotate and produce tornadoes? So we will look for an update from the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma, as they are the ones responsible for issuing the watches. That watch was issued in a zone that we've been talking about for an increased threat of severe weather. basically along and south of a boundary, and that boundary was a warm front. During the early evening news, it was interesting to see Indianapolis in the mid-60s and be about 15 warmer in Bedford, near 80 degrees this afternoon, south of that warm front. But it was right along the boundary that we had some severe storms with rotation develop in and around the Petersburg area, Hillsborough, and then another one up toward Attica. Severe threat south, it's even higher. Louisville south through Nashville, and this area specifically, parts of Kentucky, really hard hit from Friday. Future Track 13 actually did a pretty good job on the placement. I think it might be just a tad slower now. This is where we expected the storms to be at 9 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock they're going to be a little closer to the Indianapolis area, but not far off by about a half hour or so. And then it shows this in time the line of storms impacting the eastern half of the state between 9 p.m. and about midnight, and then we'll start to see that severe threat come to an end. So our coverage continues here on WTHR+. We are glad you have found us here on our streaming channel. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for a damaging wind and a hail threat in Montgomery County until 9:15, I believe. I got rid of that too fast. Until 9:15, severe thunderstorm warning. We look for red and green close together. We see some of that near Clarks Hill and Colfax. It's not quite as tight. It's a little more broad. But for us, this still says, okay, this storm may have some wind damage with it, at least could have some wind damage with it. And with our shear rate, that's exactly where it's picking up on that. So those brighter colors of the green that we showed you with the velocities, the shear detector backing that up from Mulberry to Crawfordsville to about Darlington. And if we move this off to the east, Rossville, Frankfort, Colfax, Thorntown, just be aware. This is a strong, potentially severe storm. There is a warning on it until 9:15, and at least from the radar data that we see, it's backing that up as we continue to see the potential here for severe weather. Again, red and green close together, yes, but it's not really that tight couplet that we're used to seeing if we were saying for sure this one's rotating or producing a tornado, but definitely has that potential for some wind damage here. Clarks Hill to Colfax, and then eventually into Thorntown, Frankfort, and then south to Darlington. So take this storm seriously. Safest part of your home is the lowest level away from windows and doors. And when we see a structure like this on radar, we do have to be mindful of these little notches. Sometimes those will spin up, a little bit of rotation, so we'll be mindful of those, especially in that area where we had the shear detector pick up on those spikes in between Colfax and Darlington. So just be aware, take this one seriously. We've got a significant storm pushing through the eastern sections of Montgomery County, and then on its path to the east, heads up Frankfort, eventually the Lebanon area, and we've got some storms approaching Logansport as well. Let's head south. Not severe here, but definitely some strong storms approaching Whitestown, so into Brownsburg. A little weaker than the last time we checked. Seen some strengthening with the storms from Mooresville to west of Monrovia. So there's I-70. And we'll check the velocities here just based on kind of what we're seeing on radar. But a strengthening of these storms, again, not real clear sign of rotation, but the brighter color here indicates to us that that damaging wind threat might be increasing just a little bit. And that's going to be the storm that is to the southwest of Monrovia. We'll go in even a little closer. So near Eminence, if you're familiar, south of 70. And that by far is one of the storms that looked stronger on radar at this point. So we'll put radar back on. And anytime it kind of shows that little, again, little space here in the radar, we're mindful of that in the environment that we're in for an increased threat of whether it be rotation or a damaging wind threat. And that's approaching Monrovia and Mooresville right now. Back through Clayton into Plainfield, not severe. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Montgomery County until 9:15. and then these extend north into Logansport, but wanted to make sure that you're aware. Frankfurt to Lebanon for the potential for these storms to move in with perhaps some damaging winds. And let's check this year. It's still very strong here in the eastern section of Montgomery County, right near Colfax and Clarks Hill, where again there was that little kind of bump in the radar data.
Yep. Yeah, and I've got NDOT 2. This is going to be 65 north of State Road 47. So I've got it positioned near Thorntown, because Thorntown's going to get hit by this for sure. Just a matter of what it's going to be. But I want to see how these cameras are going to change here over the course of the next half hour. And it's already crossing 65. Let's go a little farther. I'm going to go a little farther north. Now there's the Frankfurt exit. Stand by. There you go. So that's getting shaken around. That's the Frankfurt exit there, and going to get in the teeth of this storm. At minimum, heavy rain, but some locally severe wind gusts are, I would say, possible, if not likely, based on the imagery that we were showing you there with our shear rate here. So it doesn't matter what's doing damage if it's doing damage. In this severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to keep an eye on that camera off camera, but there you go. So there's Colfax, there's State Road 28 East, and yeah, so this is going to be Colfax, Thorntown, 65, 52. This is going to be moving into Boone County, and it's going to be moving with some teeth to it for sure. Whether or not we get damage, that's to be determined. But a broadening wind field in addition to the storms that Angela was talking about. In fact, let's go back. Shoot, we can probably put that camera.
Yeah, Frankfurt's really shaking at this point.
Yeah, there you go. So we've got a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. I can tell you that. So we're gonna have a stretch run of some very very heavy rain with this, and these pockets of wind. Now okay, let me show you this. This will be a little good news for the metro area. To me, it looks like these storms are becoming outflow dominant.
Yes.
What do I mean by that? That little line that I'm showing you there. So you need inflow into the storm to keep them surviving. It's good and bad. To me, it looks like they're becoming outflow dominant, and that means all the cold air aloft from them are rushing to the ground and spreading out. So that can up the odds of straight line wind. We'll see if we get any of that. But that also will choke the storms off a little bit as well. And in addition, it could also develop some new storms far farther downstream. So as I put this into motion over the last 45 minutes, keep an eye on that zone that I just circled. So we're going to go back here. And so watch as we play through time. You'll see that line starting to rush away from the storms. That's the rain-cooled air that's rushing out. You're going to feel that very soon in Roachdale and Rockville. So that's rain-cooled outflow that's rushing out of the storm. Might be a little good news, Ange. It's still going to create a lot of, it'll create some wind gust, but it may choke that line off a little bit. We'll have to see how they behave as we move forward.
Yeah, and I tell you that Frankfurt Cam, maybe pop that up one more time and then I'll take it back from you. But visibility is low. The camera's still shaking a bunch, and yeah. And so these are hefty thunderstorms, and regardless if they produce a tornado or don't, we've got a lot of wind. You can see that here with shaking around, and a lot of rain. You can barely see over the overpass here. So we're in the Frankfurt area in Clinton County. We'll get back to radar to show you the storms that we're dealing with and the severe thunderstorm warning that continues. Let's start Let's start south and west of Indianapolis, because the National Weather Service mentioned exactly, there was some chitter chatter in there about the outflow boundary, and that might be changing the environment just a bit, but still going to be concerned with any individual storms that develop away from that line. And we've got a couple southwest of Indianapolis, Mooresville, and then this storm along I-70. This was near the Eminence area. We'll give you closer, and approaching Monrovia. And anytime we see a little signature like this on radar, it gives us pause to do a deeper dive to make sure that we understand what's going on with this storm. So we'll check the velocities. Good news here, perhaps a little broad rotation east of Eminence approaching Monrovia, but nothing very tight. We'll check the shear detector here. We are picking up a little bit on that wind damage potential, again, approaching Monrovia in that area, and just near and around near and around Mooresville as well. Let's go north. We'll keep it on this radar data product. And there's what we saw in Frankfort. So no surprise, radar data is supporting that shaking camera in Clinton County that we showed you in Frankfort, from Rossville to about Thorntown. I think Sean's got another camera that he'll be. Did you have one in Thorntown?
Stand by.
He might have said Frankfort. I heard Thorntown. Anyway, in this zone, we showed you what it looked like in Frankfort with the reduced visibility, the heavy rain, and that camera shaking in the wind. And it's supported here with the radar data indicating that damaging wind. So definitely we're seeing what we're seeing on radar out in the real world as far as getting that support with some of the cameras. So this is radar. Looks like they have let that warning go a little bit ahead of schedule. So we'll see if they issue anything additional. But just know these storms are going to have an impact for the next couple of hours. This is how it looks at 8:35 on a Tuesday evening. Pretty close to the timeline we were expecting. Due to the slow movement, might be a little delayed than some of the earlier thinking. We thought they'd be out of here by 10, 11 o'clock. Looks like that's going to be closer to midnight for the eastern part of the state, provided these hold together. And we anticipate that for the most part, these will hold together. Logansport to Frankfort to east of Crawfordsville, and then we've got a couple of storms moving across the northern sections of Morgan County that will move into Johnson County. We'll do a kind of a close-up view of the storms. Logansport just below severe limits, but wind gusts that may exceed 40, 50 miles per hour and still be below severe limits, but can do some damage. Heavy rain that's reducing visibility south through Rossville into Frankfort as well. And then as we track off to the south and east, we'll pick up a couple of those storms just southwest of the Indianapolis area. So we'll keep an eye on these as well. Mooresville and Monrovia. Here's I-70. These are moving more east, and on that path would impact Southport and Greenwood. Brooklyn, you may get the tail end of the one that's in Monrovia now. And we'll go even a little closer to show you a couple of those storms. So just southwest of Canby, and then a strong storm near Monrovia right now. That's I-70, and then we go north to, there's Interstate 65, and we showed you the rain and the wind in the Frankfort area and the reduced visibility also back through Crawfordsville, and these storms are going to continue to track off to the east at a fairly slow pace, which makes it a little concerning for us as far as that increased threat of flooding. Right now, no warnings. We do have strong storms moving through a good part of central Indiana, especially from about Indianapolis north, and we expect this to continue off and on over the next several hours. So you've got State Road, is that State Road 28 and 421?
So that's actually downtown Frankfort.
Okay.
Which is in advance of that. Hang tight. Whoopsie daisy. So this is NDOT 1. This is downtown Frankfort. Not that impressive. And then we go farther to the west along I-65 on that camera that we've been showing you. So we're kind of showing you the juxtaposition of where the storm is. I also want to get closer to the metro area And we're getting a very impressive downburst near Monrovia and Mooresville. You can see that right there. So it's right near the what we call the terminal radar site at the airport. And you can see a little bit, I mean, it's over top the radar, but yeah, that thing's basically building up, spreading out. You're going to get some, I would say you're probably going to get 50 plus gusts there in Monrovia. It's not severe, doesn't mean that it's not impactful either. And just caught my attention there on the radar. You know, obviously got the strikes, but the velocity data is a little more important. So there's 70. I'll have to get a camera. I'll switch cameras up here in a second, but let me just do a pixel query. So there's some 40 plus. That's right near the radar, so we're shooting the radar's beams very close to ground level. So we know we're getting at least 40 with this, and we may get a little bit more cutting through Main Street there on Monrovia. Nasty storm, not a severe one, but it's very impactful. That northern section of Morgan County there, Ange.
Yeah, and we had kind of talked about that when you don't necessarily see the red and green close together, but you don't ignore when you see the brightness of those velocities start to increase. It's just another sign of the strong/severe potential with these thunderstorms. So there's the cell that Sean was just on, right over Monrovia. Damaging wind potential here. Heavy rain, lots of lightning in Mooresville. We've got some additional cells. These weakened as they picked up actually a little bit of steam, but weakened as they moved through Hendricks County, now over Zionsville, east of Lebanon, into the western sections and northwestern sections of Marion County, not at severe limits. But we do have these storms still really intense cells over western sections of Clinton County. So Sean pointed it out because Frankfort, the downtown area, just now starting to see some rain, but the camera view that we had from INDOT was closer to Interstate 65, and that camera was really bouncing around with the strong winds. Back through Crawfordsville, this area has been dealing with rain. It's 8:41. I'm trying to go back in time, but this area we're going to be concerned with some lowland flooding and some street flooding across Montgomery County, and some stronger cells just crossing the state line just to the southeast of Danville. So that's going to be north of Terre Haute, near Newport, near Dana, northwest of Clinton. They have severe thunderstorm warnings on these, most likely because of a large hail potential and some damaging wind. So those are just across the state line. But give you a heads up, Clinton and Highland, if those would hold together, still pose a hail threat at this point. And then the flooding threat extends from Crawfordsville back through the western sections of the state into southern Vermilion County, basically. And then we go north, and you can see heavy rain from Logansport to Flora to Frankfort into western Boone County. There's one of the stronger cells approaching the Lebanon area. So this is right over Thorntown. Here's Highway 52 and Interstate 65, and then moving across the western parts of Boone County. Big basketball. Have you checked the score?
I have not. I apologize.
Big basketball game in downtown. It's the reason we all wore red, except
me.
Anton Sean into wearing black and white all week.
She told me this is what she was going to wear.
Right.
I'm like, okay.
Right. She said black and white for the race this weekend, and then we did a pivot. Hey, we're wearing blue.
I will have my Pacers on tomorrow. Okay, I promise.
But that was the reason we wore red. So at any time that we get 76-65 fever losing.
Okay. All right. Well, okay.
And just in case you'd like to watch that instead
I'm
of
sure it's probably. I'm sure it's because I didn't have the colors on, so I apologize.
I don't mind. That's on MeTV, which is 13.3. So MeTV is carrying the Fever game. WTHR proud to be your home of the Fever, but they're losing now. We expect them to win every game. With the loaded roster that they have. We have radar up right now, and nothing reaching severe limits right now, but we do have still very heavy rain, very strong winds, and at least with a couple of the storms coming out of eastern Illinois, still posing a bit of a hail threat. So we'll go north to south. Actually, let's go south first. These have been a couple of storms that caught our eye with the velocities, not necessarily because they're rotating, but we had a little increase in the velocities and suspecting damaging wind potential here in this area around Monrovia and Mooresville. A little difficult to see as it gets closer to the radar site, but something that we'll continue to watch. And our shear detector is still picking up on those wind spikes here, Monrovia into Mooresville. So take these storms seriously, let them pass you by. They've got some wind with them, they've got some rain with them. And actually, let's put this out 15 minutes, or back 15 minutes, I should say, show you where these really intensified, and they are slow movers. That's a 15-minute lapse. Let's do 30. Let's do 30 minutes. So you can see some strengthening, and they are moving slowly. So northern Morgan County, we will highlight you as well for some street flooding. They move very slowly east, Southport, Greenwood, Brooklyn, maybe Beech Grove. So northeastern Morgan, northern Johnson, and the southern sections of Marion County will be impacted by those two cells in particular. Non-severe coming into downtown, and we brought up the fever just because we've got lots of folks in downtown for the basketball game, and as everyone heads home, want to make sure they get there safely and not have to deal with too much. Non-severe moving across parts of Boone County into western Hamilton County, and not severe at this point, but easy to see where we have a line of stronger storms from Logansport to Frankfort approaching Lebanon. Lebanon, you've got a few minutes, and it's been raining, by the way, heavily for quite a long time in Crawfordsville. Let's dive into Lebanon, and again, we'll watch any of these little notches in the radar for rotation potential. This is just east of New Ross into western Boone County. There's Lebanon, and then south to Liston. Liston, the worst is just to your north and right over Thorntown right now. Checking some of our cameras. I guess we're still kind of in the Frankfort area.
Just hang tight. I'm going to reposition that one.
Okay, I'll let you do that. And then while we're here, let's check the shear. And again, still picking up on the spikes of wind damage possibilities and those little notches in the radar, not really supported here with the velocity. So that's some good news. But again, brighter colors ramping up the wind. And that's going to be a concern over at least over the next couple of hours. We haven't seen any significant signs of weakening. Looks like that one southwest of Frankfort might have a little bit of hail with it, and the one east of Thorntown. I think the biggest hailstone we've had reported so far has been just under an inch in diameter. But these little pockets on the radar always make us a little nervous, and it's something that we continue to see.
I have them punch up NDOT1 right behind you. That's fine. You can stay there. But yeah, this is going to be northwest of Lebanon.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see that dark shade there. So that's looking at the line of storms moving in. Very ominous for sure. As of right now, just very heavy rain. But we will watch as close as we can along the leading edge of the line for any potential spin-ups, if you will. I will say the shear rate is showing up there. So there's Lebanon. There's the town of Lebanon. Let me take this off so we can see a little bit better, and then get you in there. That's there's 400 North. There's Hazel Rig Road, and then there's 52. So perhaps, and not uncommon. You know, we get these big, heavy, this isn't really a supercell, but, you know, the rain rates we have are just tremendous. So there's been some cold pull buildup. And whenever that collapses sometimes, it can create a microburst. I'm not saying that's what's happening right now, but I'm not going to, you know, we're seeing some wind shear for sure. And not seeing anything in terms of tight rotation. But yeah, shear rate's going to show us where, and it's just up and down this line, all the way up and down this line. But correct me if I'm wrong, Ange, I haven't seen any. We've had the funnel cloud, we've had the tornado reports. A lot of them were in Illinois. I thought we had a funnel cloud report earlier, but I don't think we've had any wind damage reports just yet. I could be, and I hope that trend continues.
Yeah, not coming into the National Weather Service, and I was just kind of on their chat, and they were talking about some of what we were talking about. So the tornado watch is set to expire, and I can show you that real quick. Tornado watch is set to expire at 9 p.m., and so there was some discussion in the chat. Will Storm Prediction Center issue anything east? Are we going to see counties added to the watch? Will they go severe thunderstorm watch? And the meteorologist out at Indianapolis was saying, because we didn't see the big moisture surge with the pattern today, that once we lose daylight, atmosphere may stabilize, unlike the Friday night event. So that's the thinking now, that that severe threat may lower in the next couple of hours.
Okay. Well, and speaking of, I just called up dew points here. There's juice. I mean, you get a 60-degree dew point under the right conditions, you can have a tornado. I believe, however, that midday rain and the cloud cover that lingered probably going to save a good portion of us, not everyone, but a good portion of us from having to deal with more than the warnings that we've had so far, and I'm 100% okay with that. But we do have dew points that are in the 60s, and we'll show you temperatures to go with. Sorry, it's got some visible satellite data, and that data's, we're losing our sunlight, but you can still see, and there's I'm going to zoom in on this. So we got a rain-cooled 59 in Crawfordsville.
Wow. And
then that little line, that's the outflow boundary. So that's heading toward I-70. Now, sometimes it can trigger some new storms, but hey, based on what we're seeing now, we're still going to have some pretty hefty thunderstorms. But I'm okay dropping the, losing the severe potential after what we've had to deal with. Not only this month, but really all spring long. So if we can get through this, we're going to settle the severe down for a little while, just because of how cool it's going to be. Oh man, let's pop that camera. Is that N.2 or N.1? Let me see what we got here. No, here you go. This is 60. Let's get back to that camera again. Look at that.
Yeah, it's something.
There you go. You can see the tractor trailers. I mean, this is, you're talking at least 2+ inches an hour. I'm not going to sit there for an hour, but very, very heavy rain rates, and a lot of street ponding going on right now.
And visibility is low, the winds are strong, we've got lots of lightning, so the intensity of these storms continues to be high. It's just at this point they're a bit below severe limits, which again we will take. We were talking about an unofficial count for the year so far in terms of tornadoes, and we won't give you the exact number because
52.
You did find out.
We dug through.
Okay,
we dug
52.
through. Lindsay and I went through. In fact.
52. And we average what, 22?
We average 22. Hang on here. If my map will pop up, there you go. So
wow.
52. Now that includes, we included in the count the land spout tornado in eastern Delaware, which is actually an EFU. And that stands for unidentified because it didn't damage anything, but there was pictures of it. I mean, it was a tornado. It was out in the middle of a field. So we included that. Even if you don't include that, let's just say it's 51. That's still more than double.
Yes.
More than double. And I think I speak for everyone. Enough is enough. We really are tired of this pattern here. So let's get through this evening, and then we'll deal with the caveats of race day. I'm going to leave that all to Angela.
Yes, race day. So once we get through tonight, we do have to turn our attention to a cool pattern, and this will be something that we can probably put those stats together in the in the coming days. Sean had a viewer reach out and say, I can't remember it being, this cool for this long leading up to race weekend. So Sean's already done a little bit of digging, so we'll bring those numbers to you as we have them. But she was right, it doesn't happen very often. One of the cooler races was what, 92?
92 was the coldest
58?
for a high. For a high,
okay.
Not the coldest morning. I think you got to go back to the 30s, 1937-ish. But 1992, 58-degree high. Guerrero, who was the pole sitter, spun out on the warm-up lap of that race, and it was the closest Indy 500 we had. Al Jr. Got the win there. So just throwing some stats at you.
He knows more than just weather.
We don't think we're going to have our coldest race day.
No, but
60s.
60s, and some of the longer range analysis hints at a little boundary to our south might be far enough north that we have to bring a rain chance perhaps into the early part of Sunday. So just something that we'll be monitoring as we get a little closer to race weekend. But 60s, that's it. That's what we've got in the forecast looking ahead. And right now what we are looking at is live Doppler 13 radar and a significant line of slow moving thunderstorms. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, and still may contain some damaging wind gusts and or some hail. So these have made their way into Logansport. So Peru, you'll be up next along with Galveston and Kokomo. The real heavy rain is back through Logansport and Deer Creek. Let's move this line south. And this by far is the most intense part of the line. So it's pushing east of Frankfurt into Lebanon and then into the northwestern corner of Hendricks County. These are all moving very slowly east. So Kempton, was that Forest, Kirkland, more importantly Lebanon, right now dealing with kind of the worst part of this line of storms. Heavy rain, damaging wind, and still may end up with some hail, although we haven't had a lot of hail reports. And Sean asked about storm reports coming in, and we haven't had a lot into the National Weather Service chat, so I put the storm reports on. And let's put the shear rate on because that way it'll take the radar off and you can see. So we've got a couple reports. So that was near the tornado warned storm that moved through Fountain County into Montgomery County. So it looks like those two, at least for now, are the only reports coming in at this point. Obviously that intensity that I showed you with the radar, that's where we still have that damaging wind threat. But let's go into radar associated with a couple of storms that did produce tornadoes. That one moved across parts of Warren County, and then we had the tail end of that line bring us some wind damage, looks like, in Fountain County. So let's check that report. Oh, no, that's a hail report. Okay, so coming in, oh, that was the hail report that was just under an inch in Petersburg. Mainly half-inch hail, but it did get up to about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And then east of there, we did have another report. So we'll get rid of that one. And then we did end up with a report. We've had a couple here. Looks like western Montgomery County, and that was a hail report. So yeah, you're right. Nothing significant in terms of wind damage reports. Those were a couple of larger hail reports coming out of Warren and Fountain, I should say, Fountain and Montgomery counties. And that was a tornado warned storm because it did have a fair amount of rotation with it. But at this point, no reports coming in from wind damage. Now, I can tell you, we had some spotters in the area, but not necessarily on that storm. Spotter network is being allowed to go away for the night. If you're west of this location, spotters obviously very helpful in situations like this, passing along information really helps the folks out at the National Weather Service based on what they see on radar, confirming that data. And what we see on radar is significant wind potential here in Lebanon, approaching Kirkland. Whitestown, you may get in on this as well, and holds together, that would be Sheridan, Kempton, and eventually into Tipton and Kokomo. So just be aware, this by far is the strongest part of this line of storms, and really clear to see where we're tracking those storms at this point. Some additional storms southwest of Indianapolis. These are not severe, but may contain a little bit of wind with them. A little bit, so we're still picking up on some wind spikes in this location. These, as expected, are staying just south of downtown and coming out of Brooklyn. So here's Mooresville, here's Brooklyn. So we're northeastern Morgan County. These will move across Morgan County into Johnson County, southern Marion. So Beech Grove, Southport, Greenwood, Bargersville, heads up. This little area of storms is kind of is tracking off to the east. We've got some rain downtown. We've got rain in parts of Hamilton County. The severe threat, it continues. It's lower than it was earlier today, but still the intensity of these storms, gosh, coming east of Frankfort, headed into western Tipton County and eventually into Tipton and Kokomo with blinding rain and the threat of some damaging wind. The threat of rain, heavy rain and flooding continues over Montgomery County due to these slow-moving storms. And Rockville, you're going to get in on some of that action too. So these look to be hail producers in eastern Illinois. They don't look quite that intense as they now move across portions of Park County and into Rockville right now, but we'll check the hail and not seeing much of that. Not seeing much wind with those either. Obviously, the strongest is in eastern Boone County, approaching western Hamilton, western Tipton County, and into western Howard County right now with really the intensity that it's easy to see on radar at this point, Sean.
Yeah, and if you look, so I got a radar lapse because again, sometimes you take the lapse and you can see little intricacies of what's going on here. One thing I like to see is we definitely have a rain-cool, it's outflow, what we call outflow boundary. It's rain-cooled air. And why that's important in this particular scenario, you need inflow to at least maintain the storm's intensity, if not cause it to intensify. So at this point, when we look at radar, we can see that thin line, and it's the rain-cooled air, it's the edge of the rain-cooled air. It's heading toward Bainbridge, Greencastle, going into Hendricks County. So that rain-cooled air is then going to choke off or cut off the inflow into the storm. So over time, it's going to weaken. Now, that does not mean that we're not going to have additional downpours and thunderstorms. It's just that part of the line, based on what we know about radar dynamic or storm dynamics, is that part of the line eventually is going to just rain itself out. And so that's a good thing. With all that said, we still are going to have impactful thunderstorms. You know what I'm talking about if you're in Lebanon, in Frankfort. We've even got a strong storm there that's over northern Morgan and Johnson County. I'm going to switch, just hang with me here. Sometimes I like to show the lapse so we can see the overall theme of what's going on. Let me show you our camera network. And we're going to take the view from downtown, so we're looking south down Meridian, okay? We're looking toward those cells that are in Morgan and Johnson County, south of the city here. And Ange, I'll try to punch up a couple other cameras here in a moment. But I do want to get a little closer inspection on those cells that are on the south side of the city. Let me just look at the velocity here. And at times we had some 40-mile-per-hour gusts. I'm not seeing anything right now that is that strong, but radar showing some 30s. We put more stock into those values because it's much closer to the radar. So yeah, you're going to have some very gusty wind with this. Is it severe wind? Not necessarily, but outdoor plans are certainly impacted by this. And over Mooresville, and there's Ralston Road. Going to get you over into, there's County Line Road, so heading towards Southport and Edgewood, UIndy's campus, going to cross over 65. Thunder and lightning. So if you're downwind of that, trying to squeeze in whatever sunlight you have left, you need to get those things done before this storm impacts you. Then as we move back up to the north, so Lebanon getting hit right now with heavy rain. Not seeing a bunch on wind shear, and I don't see a whole lot, from a velocity standpoint in terms of rotation. But I do, let me see if I can get a camera. We'll get back into Lebanon here. So there's NDOT 1. That's not far. That's not bad. That's definitely. I want to see if I can get a little bit closer, a different inspection here. So this is going to be another camera in Lebanon, a little bit farther, a little bit closer to downtown Lebanon, I think. If it's, let me try NDOT 2. Well, I'll throw it over to you.
I got you.
I'll see if I can get my cameras working over here. I'll try to get more into the middle of the storm there.
I got you. Kyle, we want an update on the Fever game too, when you have a chance. Kyle back there.
Making Kyle work tonight.
Okay, this is live Doppler 13 radar, our continuing coverage here. 89, 83, Fever still losing. How much time's left?
Okay.
2 minutes. Caitlin can hit a couple deep threes. We should be all right. We'll call that now. Or we'll blame Sean for not wearing red. This is live Doppler 13 radar. A continuing coverage of storms moving through central Indiana continues here on WTHR Plus. It's our streaming service. It's a way for us to continue to monitor severe weather without interrupting the main channel on 13, and it just gives us a way to keep you updated on severe potential. That is lowering somewhat, which is good news. Very heavy rain leading to street flooding, lowland flooding issues. It's raining in Logansport. This extends south into Walton. It's made its way into Galveston and Kokomo, but Kokomo, some of the worst is just to your southwest, approaching Rushville and Forest right now, and just west of Kempton. So these little areas of purple indicate strong wind, indicate the radar is picking up on something other than just heavy rain. Could end up with some small hail here. Had a couple of larger hail reports come out of Montgomery County and Fountain County of about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So hail, still a possibility, but boy, heavy rain, and sometimes when we see it curve out just a little bit, indicates some of those stronger winds racing in advance. And then we monitor anything that looks a little odd within this line for rotation. But Sean did a deep dive on this and not really finding much in the way of rotation with these storms. Heavy rain, Kirkland, southwest through Lebanon. We can give you the heads up. Kempton, Sheridan, Whitestown. Those are the communities that will be hit next with heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some small hail, plenty of lightning. In fact, I'll turn the lightning on for you so you can see where we have some of the stronger parts of these storms. And lightning is a danger as well. And there you can see it, really concentrated area west of Kempton, right over Kirkland and right over Lebanon right now. Just makes it a little easier for us to do the analysis if we take the lightning off. Finally, Crawfordsville, you're moving out of the heavy rain. That's beginning to shift south, and Sean's been pointing out this outflow boundary, and when we see this, it's a sign that the threat of severe weather is starting to lower, which again is good news. A couple strong storms, and we expected this. We gave you the heads up. Southport, Greenwood. The one east of Brooklyn will impact Bargersville and New Whiteland. Damaging wind threat, some small hail, obviously very heavy rain. This is impacting the southern sections of Marion County right now. But these are all, for now, just below severe limits. So we don't have any watches. We don't have any warnings locally. And I tell you, Future Track did a pretty good job. The tornado watch was allowed to expire at 9 o'clock. The severe outlook has been updated as well. So this is good news. So this is just new coming to us from the Storm Prediction Center. And this is good. So we've gotten rid of that level 2 threat. And now it's more of a general thunderstorm threat with severe potential. So level 1.
Thank you, cloud cover.
Yes, we can really.
Thank you, cloud cover.
It really helped us because and we saw it, a little bit of sunshine breaking out in the southwest corner. If we had tapped into that, and the National Weather Service said, had we seen that big moisture content and the big warmth come farther north, it would have been a completely different story.
Well, and I think what helped us, we definitely, so the morning rain was fully, and by the way, how about a little bit of good news here? How about this rainbow shot?
Oh.
Jennifer,
Oh, wow.
Jennifer Mosley, we appreciate you looking for gold in Lafayette. But we had the midday, the morning rain, that was all expected. But we did, during my noon show, we had a deluge downtown, and then the cloud cover just lingered for several more hours. And I was thinking that the boundary was going to just buckle it north and have enough force. Didn't play out, and man, I'm okay with that. So we're going to have what's left this evening looks like just some good old-fashioned thunderstorms. A lot of lightning, still going to have some locally heavy rain, but we have really dropped the most of the severe threat. We say most, we can't say all. There may be a couple of areas along this line that, and I don't like that. So that's near Sheridan. A little, that's what I'm saying. Along this line, there still may be just enough. Now this portion of the line, and so this is going to come, this is coming right into Sheridan, by the way, this wind burst. At minimum, a little bit of a wind burst. But you see that? Let me give you a little broader perspective. So there's a little rotation, Angela, right there. Mm-hmm. And if you look at that, I don't like that at all. That's a bit of a hook echo right over Sheridan. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like that at all.
And we had talked about monitoring that line for those little notches that sometimes show up in a
hopefully
linear.
Yeah, and hopefully this particular portion is, we get some rotation in the clouds. Maybe it'll amount to that much. I just don't like the view of that. No, I mean, it's not a tornado right now. I don't like that little hook there. So I would just say, hey, you're in Sheridan, just hang tight, get in, let this thing pass by. If you're watching it, I mean, there's a lot of areas there. There's a lot of farmland through there. But obviously Sheridan's the most populated zone. I would say just get into your safe spot, let this thing go by you, and it should do so relatively quickly. And then you're just going to be in the heavy rain, the thunder, and the lightning. But that thing's moving right through Sheridan. See it, little appendage. So, but that might be it. But that's in a portion of the thunderstorm that's not as outflow dominant. There still may be just enough inflow there to at least create a little lowering of the cloud deck.
Okay. And we talked about that. We talked about when we look at this, the intensity of the line of storms, the most intense part. We were, concentrating on anything that looked out of the ordinary. These little notches in the radar sometimes can cause a quick spin up. And what Sean just pointed out right over Sheridan. So if you're watching from western Hamilton County in the Sheridan area, Sean, a little concerned with this part of the line of storms and the potential that it rotates a little bit. Whether that means we've got a tornado? No, it means the storm itself is producing rotation. Does that reach the ground? Not always, but we've seen this too. So when we see the brighter colors increase, that indicates that damaging wind threat increasing as well. So he said it, make sure you take cover, Sheridan, western parts of Hamilton County.
And there's an EM at 32 on the Hamilton-Boone County line.
Okay.
So that's going to put it west of Westfield. And he's saying he's looking north at that and is not seeing rotation from his vantage point.
Okay, that's good.
But he's also said there's a lot of ground fog. So I don't know if that's obscuring the view, but it's a very small portion of the line itself. It just happens to be over top of Sheridan right now.
Okay, well, let's get back to live Doppler 13 radar, and we'll do a reset. We'll start with the storms that are south of Indianapolis impacting southern Marion County. not reaching severe limits, but boy, we've got some heavy rain. Beech Grove, Southport, Greenwood, New Whiteland, and then a cell, Bargersville, just to your west. This is sliding east northeast, so heads up eastern Morgan, northern Johnson counties for heavy rain and lots of lightning. We've got rain falling east side as well. So Lawrence up into Castleton, Fishers near the Ruoff Music Center, and the Noblesville area as well. And then we'll come out a bit. Terre Haute, we've got some storms northwest of Greencastle. We expect this to eventually all kind of collapse east and southeast as the line moves across the state over the next couple of hours. And then the area of most concern, and it's easy to pick out, from basically just south of Lebanon through Sheridan to just west of Tipton and approaching Kokomo. This by far is the strongest part of this line of storms, and we look for little bumps in the radar data to give us maybe a little more pause or a little heads up to say, hey, we probably need to pay a little more attention to this part of the line.
I'm sorry, I just got it. Fever up by 1 with 22 seconds to go.
Oh gosh. Did Caitlin hit 2 threes like I asked her to?
I haven't. I got to check the play-by-play here. But, so.
Okay.
Oh, it's now tied up. Okay, I'll stop checking.
You stop talking.
I'll stop checking.
So we'll check velocities while we're here. No real clear sign other than, and we've had this several times tonight, the brightening of the velocities. So yes, indicating for us this one increasing in strength a bit, maybe producing some severe wind. We will check the shear detector too while we're here.
And watch
right
has
over
been
Sheridan.
allowed to expire. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, we're good.
Okay, right over Sheridan. So this is, let's see, that is 31. That comes north of Westfield. So it's approaching 31 north of Westfield, basically between Atlanta and Westfield. If this one has some damaging wind with it, that's where it is, right over Sheridan and pushing east. Some spikes in the wind as we head up toward Kokomo. And as we just got an update, let's head back to Sheridan. And it's still there. It's just now a little farther east, but strong shear within this indicates to us wind damage potential, and still within the environment that it has developed. Wouldn't be surprising if it had a little rotation with it. We've had a couple of hail reports. We haven't had anything significant in terms of wind reports, at least coming into the National Weather Service yet, but still a significant line of storms. Did they lose?
Yeah, they lost.
Darn it.
91 to 90. Sorry.
91-90. Okay, so it was the folks down at the Fieldhouse got a great game.
Sounds like we missed one heck of a ball game.
Okay. But now all those folks will be heading home. So we had alerted them early in the day that the rain and storms might have an impact, and they will. For folks leaving downtown, headed south to Greenwood, headed to the east side, and then headed up northwest along 65, we're kind of surrounded by these pockets of heavier rain. Nothing severe right now. That little feature that Sean showed us, not quite as pronounced at this point. So that's a little bit of good news over Sheridan. But boy, we've got heavy rain, may end up with some hail here, Kempton, north side of Sheridan. So that's going to move east toward Tipton and into Kokomo as well. So this is the strongest part of that line of storms. And then we've got a couple of stronger storms south side, south to Greenwood and into Bargersville as well. So little bit of good news, no watches, no warnings right now, and it didn't appear the Storm Prediction Center was going to highlight anybody for any additional watches, which is also good news. We're losing daytime heating. That should help us a bit. The severe potential, they kind of went down a degree. So on the scale of 1 to 5, at a 1 for about the southern 2/3 of the state, with the greatest threat now to the south and east, eastern Kentucky through the eastern sections of Tennessee and then points south. Future Track 13, this was our high resolution data that we kept updating today, and it really did a decent job on the placement of the storm. So if you think about where we have the storms now, we got a couple on the south side, but really did a good job with the line that's nearing Kokomo and Tipton now, and it's going to have that moving east between now and say midnight, and then continuing to lose that threat of severe weather, and that should be gone by 1, 2 o'clock tomorrow morning. So in improving conditions across central Indiana at this point. Let's go back to radar and get you caught up on the severe storms. Severe storm potential. No watches, no warnings right now if you're watching us on WTHR Plus. Again, glad you found us. This cell still is worth watching. Heavy rain, perhaps some gusty winds, perhaps some hail. Southport, Greenwood, New Whiteland, Barkersville heads up. This is moving east, northeast, so New Pal, Sugar Creek will be in the path. Acton on the southeast side, Cumberland as well with some of the heavier rain. And then we go north to the east side of Marion County and then into northwestern Hancock. Below severe limits, everything at this point. That little feature that Sean, that did show up near Sheridan, not quite as pronounced as it once was. Rushville, Kempton, Sheridan, Whitestown, some of the roughest weather now. So where does it go? Kokomo, Tipton, Cicero, Zionsville, and then think western Hamilton County. So we'll give you a heads up into Westfield and Carmel with what you see in the Lebanon and Whitestown area. That's going to track east and come in with heavy rain, plenty of lightning, some gusty winds and some hail possible as well. So this is where we sit at 9:20 on a Tuesday evening, thinking we got fairly lucky in terms of the coverage of severe weather. In terms of reports, we've had a couple of hail reports, haven't had anything significant in terms of wind damage and or tornado reports. Had a couple of tornado warnings, and now we're just kind of watching the radar for you here on WTHR Plus in this extended coverage, just to make sure that we don't get anything additional as these storms start to move through more populated areas in the central part of the state. So good news here, no watches, no warnings. Bad news, we're going to be dealing with the heavy rain, the lightning threat, the wind threat, the hail threat, although lower, not completely gone until probably midnight or so for most of central Indiana. So we've got a couple of areas of storms. Strongest is nearing Kokomo. It's through Kempton, nearing Sharpsville, heads up Tipton, Atlanta, Arcadia, and Cicero. And then farther south into western Hamilton County, what's coming out of Whitestown will impact Zionsville and southeastern Boone, and then eventually toward Westfield and Carmel if all of this holds together. And we expect it to in some fashion, just expecting it to not at this point be severe. Storm Prediction Center has lowered our threat of severe weather from a level 2 to a level 1, which is good news. We're losing daytime heating. We ended up with a cloud cover for most of us a good part of the day, which also kept the atmosphere just a bit more stable. So we've got some good news. We may take a break here in a few minutes and reevaluate. We've got a few other things to take care of ahead of the 11 o'clock news. I know the folks in the newsroom would have been in contact with Fountain County, Montgomery County. Those were the two counties, and Warren County for that matter. Warren County for this area where we had tornado warnings, but at this point haven't had any information come in to our newsroom or the National Weather Service of any damage. But let's check the chat. Okay, so there is a spotter on that cell in Greenwood, noticing some lowering, but lots of what they call scud clouds. So those are the clouds, and if you're from Indiana, you've seen plenty of them with thunderstorms. They just look kind of rough. They look scary, but oftentimes the scud cloud can be confused with rotation. National Weather Service obviously monitoring that cell that Sean did in Sheridan. And they call them nubs. I think I called them little bumps in the radar or in the radar data. And according to the National Weather Service office, they're thinking the atmosphere is too stable to support anything from really developing. So yes, we get these little notches in the radar that support a little bit of rotation, but the atmosphere itself is a little too stable. At least that's what's coming in from the National Weather Service office. And so that is some good news. Sean, do you have anything to add? Do you want to take a little break?
I think we probably could. I mean, I think it's, you know, we can leave the
We'll leave radar up for sure.
Radar up. Yeah.
Before we go, I'll get you through.
I think right now these are good old fashioned. I just sent out a manual push alert that was focused on the field house.
Okay.
Which is a nice feature of our app, by the way, that we can do that sometimes. So not everyone will get it. It's going to be people that are around the field house that are exiting the Fever game, just to let them know, hey, there's storms around the metro area. Tap for our interactive radar. So I sent that out. Yeah, strongest cell we've got right now is the one on the southeastern corner of Marion County. Right now, though, these are just some good old-fashioned thunderstorms. Thankfully, the cloud cover saved us from having a much bigger day. We still got some warnings out of it, but we probably would have had a much bigger day and perhaps some rotating cells maybe a little closer to the metro area as it stands. Hopefully, fingers crossed, that we don't get any reports of damage. We've had enough of that. And yeah, you're still going to have some rumbles, but I think once we get through this, we can kind of quiet things down a little, Andrew, as we transition to, for May standards, a cool pattern for sure.
Yes, average high, almost mid-70s. I think average high for today was 74, and we're talking low to mid-60s for the next couple of afternoons. So a good 5 to 10 cooler than that as we look ahead to the end half of the week. Right now we've got, if you're curious, we've got Carb Day dry, we've got Parade Day dry, mornings in the 40s, so we're talking jacket weather, afternoons in the upper 60s, and then some of the longer range analysis indicating that there might be a little boundary that would put in play a rain chance for race day, and it does look a little cool and unsettled for Memorial Day on Monday as well. So we're going to take a break from our extended coverage here, but don't go anywhere. If you'd like to stay with us, we're going to continue to stream the radar so that you can watch the storms progress from west to east. And if necessary, we will hop back on here, if necessary, back on Channel 13, hoping that's not the case. I did get a couple of hail reports, but the majority of the reports, including wind damage and tornadoes, were across the eastern sections and central sections of Illinois. You can see the path of those storms from Springfield through Champaign. So we'll take a quick break. We will leave radar up so you can monitor, and we will monitor along with you and be back if necessary. Thanks for joining Sean and myself here on WTHR Plus.